man. I think it's happening. Let me fix my little green screen. Just a tiny minute here. Just a tiny minute. Oh, look at that. Sweet. All right, enough of these guys. Everybody is happy nowadays. That's right. And it's because you can get whatever you want, as far as I can tell. So I've never done this before, of course, and we're going to see if I can figure out how to invite people to the show. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to figure out how to set the invitation. I don't even know how to do that. Let me see if I can get the link. I got to figure out how to do that. How do I... Oh, brother. How do I invite people? There, invite. Here, let me get the link. Copy. Okay. Now. Here we go. Here we go. Let's try this. Boom. There. And I'll do it again. So, we shall have some fun. At least I hope so. You know what I'm saying? And I've been, causing a little trouble out there, whatever. And people want to talk, I hope, I think. Am I a boomer? Let me see if I can put the comments on the stage. How do you do that? Show comments. There. Yeah, I'm 66, so that would be Gen X, okay? That's all. But presenter invite, if someone, how do I, people want to come on the show? How do you do that? Or presenter invite? I don't quite know how to do it. I hope someone can come on. Gen X gets past. Thank you. Thank you. Someone click on the StreamYard and see if it comes on. Do I have to go to YouTube or what? I don't know. I don't know. Let's get rid of this. How do I even get people on the screen? Presenter invite. I have no idea, dude. Yeah, I could be your dad. I clicked on it. All right, there we go. All right, nice. We'll try it. Look, oh, I think Seta, you were second. So just a minute. Oh, you were first. Here we go. Who the heck is Seta? Can you hear me, man?
Hi, this is Michael Nate.
I can't hear Jack. What's going on?
You can't hear me? This is Michael Nate.
Seta is a dud. Seta's got nothing. All right. So this isn't really working that hot, but whatever. Let's, while we're figuring this out, Seta disappeared. Add to stage. I'm going to go to one article here. Share this tab instead. Look at this. Here. This tab. Right here. SSPX ignores canon law to suspend reality and create a pre-conciliar fantasy. I haven't gone through this article yet, but this girl right here is one of the only other people I know besides the Catholic Esquire that can define marriage. And Dorothea Ludwig Wang. She is a smarty pants. It's called the 1568 Project, okay? This is something I want to go through with a fine-tooth comb and figure it out a little bit more. But you got to maybe check that one out. Now, I'm just curious if we can get this even show working. So let's just see if we can get... Christy is on the stream with audio only. Why don't we have a picture for... I can't hear anybody. Nothing's happening.
Can you hear me?
What's going on? Do I have to go to YouTube or something? I don't know. Like someone should just come on here.
Wait, can you hear me?
Here, look there.
Oh, yeah, I can talk here. I can at least hear it.
All right, this is like not working at all. I have no idea, man. I'm trying. Share that link. Here, I'll share the link again. It's right here. There it is.
Yeah, I think it's at least streaming.
Try it.
It's not.
That should be it. That's where you invitations. So, and I still can't hear anything or anybody. Maybe my speakers aren't on right. Let me see something. Let me check my speakers. Audio, communicate. Yeah, speaker real. There we go. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now I got the speakers working fine. But Chris D, let me turn you up a little bit. First off, tell me if we get echo or anything like that.
Nah, we're good.
Cool.
I'm not on this end. You just have to.
All right, I hear you perfectly fine. Fine. Now I have my speakers turned off. That was the problem. That was why I said IP. I didn't hear SETA either. Sorry, Chris. Now we're working. Anyway, thanks for showing up on this lonely Sunday. Now,
I figured I'd be here to rep and give you some more voices. I didn't know how many people were going to show up, but
all right. Well, somebody will eventually. Oh wait, someone's trying to call me. I gotta call this guy back. I'm gonna say text me. Yeah. So, Chris, you are the light bearer. Is that right?
yeah, like better, yeah.
All right. So give us some light. What do you say? What are you even doing here, Chris?
Well, I mean, I think the primary thing for me is you're like the only people even talking about this, and I think it says a lot about the current state of the church, because even amongst very traditional circles, things like especially NFP, I like the fact that you're one defining marriage and two kind of bringing light to NFP. Because even when I first became Catholic, I remember like people trying to sell me on NFP, and I was like, man, I guess that makes sense, but I didn't know any better.
That's the way everybody is, because who can overcome the giant wall of propaganda? Oh, apparently you're getting a lot of echo from Chris. That's what I hear. So I'm gonna go into audio and just do echo cancellation just because, and see, it's gonna sound different, but we'll just try it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have my headphones in, so it shouldn't be echoing on
All right,
my
that
side.
sounds better. Everything sounds better. Hopefully the sound sucks. Now, Phil, does the sound still suck? The echo is ridiculous. What do you think? Is it still bad?
He said it's better.
Better. Okay, fine. All right, no problem. Better.
Yeah, a couple
Let me
people
know
said that.
if you still get stupid echo or not. Is it acceptable right now? I'll put the link on there one more time.
I don't hear any echo right now.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, so I was the same way, and I was trying to figure all this stuff out, and I couldn't figure out, where do these annulments come from? Who's to decide whether a marriage is valid or not, and where does it come from? And then I found an article from 1978 from Dr. Marshner over at Christendom College. Have you heard of that guy?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So he was kind of prophetic even in 1978. And he said, it's all about the new legal basis of the object of consent. So once you change that, and once you put a little love in the mix, you blow objectivity completely to infinity. Therefore, marriage is as infinite as Trinitarian love. Chris, are you married?
No, I'm not. No, I've never been married.
Where's your camera, Chris?
I can. I don't. I mean, I have it, but I don't particularly want to turn it on.
You don't want to. Oh, come. Are you bald?
No, I'm pretty hideous though.
Hideous. Okay. Did you ever sing in a band? Wait, Chris, did you ever sing in a band?
No, I've never sung in a band at all.
All right. So how old are you, Chris?
I am 36.
And never married, right?
Yeah, never married. But a lot of what you're saying and what you're talking about, I think, plays a huge role in the state of marriage itself, even within the church. Like, even I've been on and off dating for years, and I can't tell you how many times even very traditionally minded women have all kinds of problems with understanding marriage, like the Layla or is it Lila Rose?
Lila Rose, and for that matter, I was just talking to somebody. Okay, as long as you admit you have a spectrum of NFP, you've got people who will accept just a tiny bit. What should I say? This a spectrum of divorce, natural law, who will accept just a little bit of it or a lot, and the answer is none of it is acceptable. So once you admit you have Lila, you've got Rose Sweet on one end of the spectrum and Layla Miller on the other end of the spectrum, and both are wrong because both say natural law does not pertain to the contract. So I want to try to get some 20-something person to come on here and talk about, like, when they're out there looking to get married and stuff. And it seems to me that if you present the marriage contract, then you can go ahead and find someone to marry once everyone agrees to what that is. So
yeah.
All right. Well, Chris, I'm gonna go to the next idiot here. Okay. And if you got any more questions, come on back.
Yeah, sure.
10-4. Thanks. Here we go. Let's try this. Add to stage. Alt Phil. Here. It's like, what's going on, man? I'm not seeing anybody on the stage. Chris, are you gone? There. Phil. So Phil, Alt Phil, what's going on? Unmute Mike. Wait, can't I? Okay. Okay, so I basically have nobody on, and this is really weird, dude. Because okay, here we go. Hello, Michael. Thank you. You're super mysterious, but Altaville. I know who you are because it's dark where you are, and your wife throws stuff at you when you make noise. Is that about right?
Hi, this is Michael Naden.
Michael, did your mom name you after Saint Michael, or was it the guy with the sequin glove?
It was named after Miguel Sanchez, the next door neighbor's gardener.
You hard worker. That's good for you. Yeah.
I have a question. I mean, I'm not my name isn't Michael Naden, but I represent him.
You represent him?
His lawyer, not him, but his lawyer. But,
yeah, he's in the background. I understand.
Yeah. He wants to know. I'm not one for gossip, but Michael Naden really wants to know the story behind the married guy who wants to marry your wife.
Oh, that guy.
Background.
I don't know. His name is Phil. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. Let me see something. Let's see.
Is his name Phil?
Now, if I show this picture, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. This is the guy. No, his name is not Phil. His name is Byron. There he is right there.
Byron.
So, right.
Oh,
so
I hate him already.
Well, we don't want to hate because God is love, right? Come on.
It's such a horrible name, though. Hey, Byron.
No, Byron. Lord Byron. Now, so Byron, this is probably from 1997 or something. I don't know. It's 2004, whatever. So he marries this lady, and they get the 2 kids, and then he went up somehow or another. I think she blew him off, or she got Protestant. So he gets his McNulment, right? And my wife's had a
McNulment.
Yeah.
Did he get that did he supersize it, or?
I don't even know if he had to. All you have to do is walk near a tribunal and lean on the door, and it opens, and then they stamp McNulman on your forehead.
Does it come with like a prize of any kind, or?
Yes. Your prize. Well, your prize is
a broken family.
A broken family, and you get to walk into someone else's family. That's it. So he wants to be my kid's new dad somehow. But my kids are older, but they've all got a wall up because of the injury from divorce. So that natural law that no one talks about, that doesn't exist. Anyway, so the rumor is now that they all went to Italy together, and it was so dreamy and romantic that he popped the question to my wife. But apparently now the new gossip is they're still not getting it done because the annulment isn't really done after all, even though Seattle doesn't want to admit that. So no one wants to talk about it. No one can talk about it. You try to talk to the tribunal, and the answer seems to be like, no comment. But that's all I can tell you. And
well, rumor has it that lake behind them, or that pond, is where he drowned his conscience. That's
but you can't, as you know, Michael Naden, you can't drown your conscience. You can't drown it forever.
The lawyer for Michael.
It comes back in the end. So you've got to get it straight, which reminds me of, we got to check this out. Hang on a second. Inbox. Let's go to this. This is pretty good. Let me see if I can find it right here. This is what somebody said about St. John the Baptist, because his St. John the Baptist feast day was a couple days ago or whatever. And she talks about this. And this lady just made this up. She goes, I couldn't help but compare this to the attempt to the conscience killing, church annulments, right? Everyone wants to be healed with their annulment. It is really the bottom line and the top reason so many thousands of Catholics running into the annulment mills to ease their troubled consciences after dishonoring their marriage vows to their true spouses and to God. It is and will always be a failed attempt to silence John the Baptist of the world, because no matter how hard one tries to bury the voice of God in our conscience by questionable annulment decisions from creative tribunal judges, God has the last word. So point is you've got to follow your conscience. Okay. And this is why I want to do the call-in show, and then.
But if you drown your conscience.
Comes back. You can't do it. Sorry. So there's your answer. Thank you for
you just haven't tried hard enough, John.
I'm gonna see if I can. You got to show me. Dude, now these comments. Can you see them pretty easy on the screen, or then can I make them bigger?
I can see them
Pretty decently.
Not on the screen.
I got to figure out how to get them on the
screen. What you
screen.
do, if you like hover your mouse over them, like there'll be like private chat and there'll be comments section, like on your right hand side. If you go under comments,
private chat,
you can actually hit plus, and that'll bring up the comment.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so every comment you got to click on it.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Yep. All right. So we'll go through them. All right. John the Baptist. Okay. The chastisement has not even begun yet. Yes, dude. Okay, here.
Yeah.
So many women in my church getting annulments, even though they were married 20, 30 years and have tons of kids. This is because the object of consent, which I've said a zillion times, hopefully all you guys got it figured out, has been changed. So you have to be capable of more than kids. If you're not capable of Trinitarian love, sorry, you're out. So therefore, it's just kind of on demand. That's it. So Michael Naden's out too. Sorry to admit that. Or to let him know. Let's see what other. Okay, here.
So does this mean that Nick Herbongos and his body pillar are going to have to get a divorce? Or
tell me about body pillar. I'm not hip to that lingo. You hip cats know?
Yeah, I'm like only 10 years younger than you.
Hip to the. John's wife is 55 years old. Why can't Byron at least leave his wife for a 35-year-old? Oh, well, hey, I think the pickings are really slim, and I think my wife has got to get this deal done, or she's out of.
Do it now.
Yeah,
get it done.
All right, so let's go to Derek S. Okay, the lawyer of Michael Naden. Peace out. Cheers. Let's try here. Let's try. Derek, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we want to see you, Derek. Come on, man. There we go. All right, Derek, you inspired me. So
what's up?
Well,
I'm thankful you answered my DM the other night on Twitter about the prostitute ring.
Tell me about that one. You got to remind me.
So I go by a different name on Twitter.
Okay.
A MAGA loyalist. I think I don't even know what my name is on Twitter.
Oh, all right.
But
it's a blur.
Yeah, I was out drinking with friends, and one of my friends who's a convert and is like OCI table leader. I don't even know what it is in Nova Sordo land. Was like there at the bar, and she's married.
Yeah,
and I wasn't in the conversation. He told me after we left the bar, and she was saying like, oh, because he's engaged, like, you got to convince your fiance to get the NFP ring. She called it an NFP ring.
Oh, the NFP ring. You were the one who taught me about that. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's so, like, it looks,
it
NFP ring.
It tracks temperature and all that. And then it's like, and they market it as birth control. It's a real thing. I looked it up.
And then you look at your cell phone and it says like, ding, ding, ding. Guess what? Tonight's no fertile night.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you resist? It's like, I think just like Too Far with Laura Horn, she says, when you're not fertile, you're not interested. So much for nature. You can't fool Mother Nature.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then she said that she got it blessed by a priest.
Why not? Love wins, man. So Derek, you're not married either, are you?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Where do you go to church?
Well, I'm at school right now. I'm down in Texas. So I'm like an hour and a half from Houston. So I switch between the fraternity of St. Peter or the SSPX. Just depending on what I feel.
Right. Well, I
know.
How old are you right now? You're a youngster, though.
Yeah, I'm 23.
Okay. All right. So, but you know what? It's a good time versus waiting. So I think if you can find somebody soon rather than waiting till you're 30, right? Is that the plan? To get
No, I want to get married soon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like thankful for your content because I didn't know any of this stuff. Just
you can come up with some sort of good pickup line. Just like how many kids do you want to have, or I don't know, just or there's just a checklist. No family planning and no separation without the bishop. Once you get that stuff down, then you can get married to somebody. But it can weed everybody out really quick, and then you guys could even watch a video together. That'll get the conversation started. It's a little hard to do that at the bar, but baby steps. So if I miss anybody on this video or whatever, we're gonna try to iron it all out in the comments. That's one thing I really try to do that nobody else seems to do is I'll go to the wall with everybody in the comment section. So after this video, there'll be comments, and then we can, anyone, if I missed anything, we'll get down to it. But you can always come back, and if there's any other things coming up with, I don't know, you meet a marriage prospect or whatever. I think there's so much feminism out there that the vision that they have for marriage is this love thing, legalized love, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to make these videos, because when I got married, nobody knew anything. It was just like, well, everyone got married and that's how it works. But no, you find out it's not. However, if the marriage contract is in place, a lot of things will fall into place. But you got to, it's the Wild West out there, and the enemy is the tribunal. So you just can't ever go there. You can't.
Yeah. I mean, that Pearl Davis was right when that clip you had on the other video about how like even the trad women are only trad if they want to be trad, which is just feminism. So it's like crazy about, it's like, feminism is just internalized in the culture.
Yeah.
But I always thought NFP was weird, like naturally, because it's against nature. But I just never like thought about it because I was like, oh, Catholics do it, so it's got to be fine.
Right. So it's very difficult to flip over that rock and get to the bottom of it, because you have to wade through 200 miles of propaganda to get to the truth, and no one wants to believe it. But that's what's going on. And it's a house of cards, like I keep saying, built on euphemisms. You're right. It's obviously not natural. And I'm going to do another video soon about Brian, what's his name? Holsworth? You heard of that guy?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, that guy. He made a pretty darn slippery video recently about NFP, and I've been going through that one with a fine-tooth comb. So we got not Sede the White, but Sede the Gray up next. Okay, so we're gonna click on him. And thanks for showing up, though, Derek. And
thanks for having me on.
You bet.
Big fan.
Cheers. Sede the Gray, your power is at half mast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. That helps me feel more at ease. Okay, because I'm pretty nervous and it's tough for me, right? But what town are you in, Sede Gray?
Same as Derek, actually. We're friends.
Really? You're near Houston?
Yeah.
All right. Do you ever listen to KPFT? You ever heard of that station?
Nope.
That's one of the alternative stations there in Houston. And I lived in San Antonio for a long time. I'm from Ann Arbor. I used to talk funny. Then I moved to San Antonio and it neutralized me. Anyway, so you're just a youngster also who's thinking about marriage someday. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So have you found that you keep hearing that there's this big problem, like the guys don't want to get involved and the girls don't want to approach you, and in other words, everyone's in the separate corners of the rooms with their arms folded. Is that what you've experienced or not quite?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Okay. So I think just like when you're in sales, you got to knock on the door and ask, right? You're a student, so you haven't done a lot of sales, right?
No, not really.
All right. That's kind of what it takes. I like what, who's the skater dude? What's his name? Hello.
Tony Hawk?
No, the skater guy, skater bro.
Tim Gordon.
Timothy Gordon. You just kind of be a little more blunt and a little more upfront and start asking the right questions, because all these girls are thinking marriage. That's what they're all thinking, and the guys are kind of like, well, I'll just sort of wade into. No, that's what they're thinking about. So, I say just put it out there, man, and as best you can. you want, I think, everything I've seen, like, you know who's pretty interesting, even though he doesn't like me, is the Walmart Thomist, Christopher Wagner. I think he got married when he was 19 or something. That guy.
Yeah, 19.
That's pretty amazing. He's obviously not a dummy, and he knows a lot of stuff, but he's still got the modernism thing going. Everyone likes to claim St. Thomas for their own. Doesn't matter who they are. St. Thomas is on my side. Doesn't matter. Pro-abortion, whatever. Aquinas, baby, all the way. So did you grow up Novus Ordo? Is that right?
Yeah, I grew up in New Braunfels, actually, so like right by San Antonio, where you're from.
Yep. Pretty familiar with New Braunfels. That's for sure. And what happened? Right quick, what's up with the Sede part?
I'm like a cumulative on X. My handle's Sede Groiper. I consider myself like the average of both. So like I'm like Derek. We go to like SSPX or FSSP, but yeah, I'm not a Sede. I'm just like, if like one parent was Sede and the other one was a Groiper, and I'm like the average. I'm like the middle ground.
Well, today's sermon at FSSP was SSPX is sinful. You can't go there
Yeah,
because there's no pope. No pope, dude.
Well, and actually, I'm curious. So Bishop Sanborn, he's Sede, and he says that going to like a una cum mass is worse than an abortion. So I was curious what your what the equivalent with the NFP is. Like is NFP worse than an abortion? Like what's your where do you rank NFP on the sin standard?
Man, well, it's I think Saint Francis de Sales, in the French version of his book Introduction to the Devout Life, says there's varying shades of the corruption of the conjugal act, but they're all mortal sin. There's various flavors in there. Okay. At any rate, it's. I always tell people it's just like you can be a farmer with no teeth. It's like if wherever the bishop is, that's where the church is. You don't really have to think too hard. That's all you got to know. But the devil cannot do humility nor obedience. So as long as you're doing those two things, you can't be deceived. And so that's why I go to Novus Ordo and suffer through it. But I go blindfolded with major earmuffs on, and I just look at my Magnificat. I open my blindfold a little bit and look at my Magnificat. So that's my advice. But I did meet the SSPX in Econ, Switzerland, and they kind of got me going there for a little while. Then I ended up going to Fatima, and I met some religious brother from New York, and he's like, dude, no. And that's kind of the short answer on that. But it's not easy to solve this stuff, especially just like talking like this. You kind of got to nail it down, but then it's also a matter of the will. I mean, you got to nail it down in writing. All right, so I guess there's no one else. Let me look at some of the comments real quick. Cardinal Imburito, Thuk. Do you know what does he mean by Thuk? Do you know what that means? Cardinal Imburito.
It's the bishop. He's like, I think he's where the CMRI, their line of bishops, come from. But he's like controversial because he had Alzheimer's, and so some they say he was like invalid or something.
He's leaving his family to Christopher Wess, stood up with John Farrell's wife. Yikes! They already had. Yeah, don't talk about that. I'm hoping it doesn't happen. I know my wife's like pedal to the metal because she's got to get this deal done. But it's not good. It is very not good. This whole like second time around marriage stuff. No way. You can only say I do once. You can't fool Mother Nature. You can't. You try to get remarried with an annulment. It's never the same. It's not, because if you have the capability to make a baby, you have the capacity to get married. That's it. That's why there were no annulments until we started legalizing family planning. Let me check out another. Let's see. Turn the AC on. Yeah, right. Solo NFP. John, you need to stop going to the New Order of Liturgies. Love your show. Yeah, I go because, well, it's close. I can go to daily mass. Jesus is there. The sacrifice is there. I unite my suffering my intentions every day at mass. Every mass you go to, you get a higher place in heaven. That's why I go. If the consecration is valid, which it is, it's the way. So I went to FSSB today. Maybe you saw my mass fit that I took there on Twitter. That was hot. But all right, so you got no big controversy for me. I was wondering if someone was going to come on the show and tell me I got major problems. Somebody told me they don't even want to argue with me. You mean, I guess I wouldn't be much fun to argue with or something. What have you heard that I say that you didn't sound right, other than the Sede stuff?
I think I mostly agree. I mean, I still go to the SSPX. It's like I don't have any problem going there, but I like everything you say. I learned a lot about NFP from you, so I do appreciate it.
Good. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, and you can always go back, check out the stuff, whatever. So we need some more caller inners. My popularity is micro compared to Avoiding Babylon, you know, whereas I think there are people lining up to get on that show.
I mean, I'm at a watch party right now. We got 4 people in here. Maybe somebody else will hop on.
Tell them. I'll make jokes about them if they come on. And it, you know, do they want to tell them to get out? You get out of your seat and put the next person in.
Nah, there's no volunteers unless. Well, we do have one smart guy here. Maybe he'll ask a question. But his hair day is below average. Tell him it's okay. It'll be fine. He's dressed up nice right now.
Well, what's his excuse? He's eating his ravioli.
He is eating right now.
Oh man. Okay. Well,
he's not coming.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, how old do you think you're going to be when you die?
I think I'll make it to 100. I'm pretty healthy.
That's my goal too. Make it to 100. I'm planning to die in 2066, so I'll be 100. What year were you born, man? Like 2009 or something?
2004.
Whoa.
Just turned 21.
You youngsters, holy cow, man!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So
you got a younger audience than you think.
You know what? I was looking at YouTube for a while there. I think you might be right. It's starting to. It's mostly guys, but there are some of the Zoomers and other people because they're not getting stuff from the boomers. And I think a lot of this NFP politics stuff, it's even in the Sedes and even in SSPX. It's a little bit of a business move. It's a little bit of a politics move. When you start saying no NFP, you're touching the bear, and those girls don't like that. And you got to be able to back it up, and it's really hard to back it up. Really is. Okay, so out of the ether, Saint Archbishop Lefebvre is trying to come in. So we're gonna go to him, and then if your ravioli devouring friend decides to want to come on, you can call back. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Thanks. Here we go. Let's see if okay.
Oh, it's Saint Lefebvre.
You are back again. I can't believe you, man. Because you got your own stream coming up. But have the wheels in your mind been turning that much more?
This is the Archbishop. I give a dispensation to you to go to the Novus Ordo, John.
Thank you. I was feeling a bit guilty, and I didn't know who to turn to because my own Novus Ordo won't talk to me. That's good. That's good. So, are you finding that all this streaming that you do affects your exercise schedule?
Oh, yes. In heaven, we do not exercise. The saints are always fit.
Heaven starts now. That's right. That's a great attitude. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. I still have to do a little bit, but that's because my halo is falling off half the time. So, where did you go to church today?
I went to the SSPX or SSP10, I should say.
SSP10, yes. Do they have donuts there?
Always, even before mass, we have the coffee and the donuts. Then
Because
afterwards,
yeah, no exercise, all donuts. I love it.
yes, we
Mhm.
do not eat anything else. It's a fast. It's a donut fast. Yes.
No wonder the popularity is way up. Okay, let's see. Let's see what Chris Davis says. What do you think of this paradox? Oh, I don't even like talking about this.
Let Chris back in.
Well,
It's a sign from heaven.
all right. I'll see if I can see. Chris is here, so I'll go ahead and see. Here, we'll move you. We'll go back to Chris. All right, Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think of this paradox? The onanism is actually only about 80% effective, but NFP with modern tech boasts up to 99% effective, and yet one is no. You cannot circumscribe fertility, right? It's right there in Casti Canubi 8. So you can't use anything that's 1% effective because you have to be oriented toward procreation.
Yeah, and that's my point. Is the church openly teaches, and you'll hear it from people who preach NFP, that the pullout method is something you can't do, and yet you can do NFP.
It's totally organic. Okay, yes, they had to make the change. If you ask him why is contraception wrong, if you ask Father Rippiger why it's wrong, he'll say because it separates the unitive from the procreative element, which element is a made-up word. It separates the unitive from the procreative significance. That's I've talked about.
I can't find anything like pre-Vatican II talking about unitive. I mean, there's the secondary.
There's nothing. The reason. Yeah. Okay, NFP violates nature. Any family planning does, because you're using nature, which is about increasing and multiplying, to do something else. So you're thwarting nature, and it's all wordsmithing, and then you have to change the purpose. So it's not always easy to talk about this on the fly, but I am going to nail this down with this Brian Hollingsworth, whatever you say his name, video coming up, because go ahead. What?
No, I was just going to say, I think what it really showed it was that video you showed with Layla, I think is who her face is. She was trying so hard. She was like, I'm contracepting, I'm avoiding, I didn't want this child. Like, her whole intention in that video was, I'm trying to avoid children. I'm trying to contracept. I'm trying to have my sexy time, but also avoid the babies. And I think that's a classic. That's one of the first thing they teach you when you become Catholic is intent matters. Intent is a huge role in classic moral Catholic theology, that intent has a large impact on the sinfulness of an act. And so if your intention, whether it's onan or whether it's NFP, is to circumvent children and still have sex, then the intention is exactly the same in both.
Okay, yes. So intention is how you feel in your head, but circumvention has nothing to do. You circumvent things requires physical. It's not in your head. You can really wish you didn't have a baby, but having an abortion is different. Okay, because it's physical.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
I know. So yes, you have to intend to have a pregnant, but it's not. Intention is not the only thing. It's
not the only thing, but it's
physical part that goes with it.
What I'm saying is both are sinful, because one is both have the same intent, is to prevent children.
Yeah.
Act without having children.
There was something else I was going to say, but I can't remember right now. But I got to get that video done about Brian Hollingsworth, because I just nail it down right there. I'm going to go to Saint Onan. Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let me see if I can remove him. Oh, shoot. Saint Onan, we got you on voice only. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm a Thomist. I'm the first Thomist, Saint Onan, the high priest of Vatican II. It turns out I'm in heaven. Turns out God took me away because he loved me so much that he wanted to put me in heaven before I had kids.
The first bank of Thomism. Wow. So how's the weather up there?
Well, it's kind of cloudy. There's a lot of fog,
Yeah, you got to have clouds, or what are you going to do?
Sometimes you run into pearls every once in a while. There's a pearl gate that's in the way, and
pearl gate's
white.
All right.
So.
All right. Well, thanks for the update, and I'm glad your internet works up there. That's helpful.
Celebrate NFP, yay!
And you don't even have to do anything to celebrate it. You do nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, let's. Derek S is losing it down here, so I'm going to put him back on. See what he's got to say. Okay. All right, hang on. Remove. All right, Derek.
Okay, I'm back. I got a question
Great.
about midwives.
Okay. About
do you
midwives?
think it's possible to, yeah, do you think it's possible to explain it away, like Pope explain it and say, oh, Pius XII, there's a way to interpret it with the tradition of nothing against nature? Because I don't know, midwife seems pretty solid, but it's just that one line when he says grave reason.
Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. No, midwives, I have, let me see if I can get all of us on the screen at the same time. Let me see. Share this tab instead. Let me see something. All right, so you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Good. All right, so we'll just look at midwives real quick. And is the part about a grave cause, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because it seems like, I don't know, I'm going to give Pope Pius XII the benefit of the doubt.
You are?
Yeah, because he was like the last Catholic Pope.
Pius XII is wrong.
Okay, but
how's that for an argument? Are you convinced yet?
I can be convinced, but there's no way to like put it in light of tradition? There's no way you think in your opinion?
No. He this is okay. Pius XII got kind of sideways on Humanae Generis with evolution. He said something.
Can you zoom in? I can't really see the screen, like the letter or the words.
Oh, you can't really see it?
Yeah, I'm having trouble reading it too zoomed out.
Okay, well, now I just hang on a second. Let me go to. Okay, so you see the orange right there, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All
right, so you'll just have to trust me when I read it, so you can see what you can hear what it says. Anyway, so this is the phrase. This is the contract. This is the paragraph right here, which where the first time any pope quote legalized NFP. Okay, so what he does is he starts saying he stops talking about nature and he starts talking about duty. He starts talking about morals instead of nature. That's his first problem. And then he says that we all have, he turns marriage Protestant again into a precept. So everyone has a duty to make kids. Therefore, there's an exception. The matrimonial contract, so far so good, which confers married couple rights to satisfy inclination of nature, yes, constitutes them a state in life, correct, namely the matrimonial state. Now, on these married couples who make use of the specific act of their state, nature, and God impose the function of providing for the preservation of mankind. Yes and no. They impose, it's not primarily to preserve mankind. Yes, it is, but that's the way they're saying it. They're setting it up for it being a duty. This is the characteristic.
Populate heaven with saints, right? That's why.
Yeah. But it's marriage is an institution of nature, not grace. Okay. So it's just nature. This is the characteristic service which gives rise to the particular value of their state, bonum prolis. The individual and society, the people and the state, the church itself depend on their existence in the order established by God. So he's saying, look, if we don't have kids, we're all going to go out of business. So you got to have kids. Wrong. God's in charge of providing the kids. You got to just comply with nature, okay? This is where he's setting us up for the lie. So he is saying, look, you have a duty to give us babies. Therefore, since we've decided you have a duty to give us babies, to use marriage and to use it, to use marriage and at the same time, let's see, love at the wait. To embrace the marriage, to use, here it is, to use continually. So much for this idea of its continence. You've heard the NFP is periodic continence.
It's not, no.
It's perpetual use. Okay. And at the same time, to avoid its primary duty. Wait a minute. There is no duty. So he's saying if you want to use marriage, but avoid procreation, it's a sin against nature. So if you want, listen to what he says. Check this out. But he inserts something else. This is where the train goes off the tracks.
You might say if you're like an Orthodox Sede guy and you got to have Pius XII in your yes column, sorry, he's got to go. You can't. So it's like you got to reinvent your Sede, man. But Sede P would say no. It's just about Listen here. Okay, to avoid its primary duty, so they call increase and multiply a duty. That is Protestant right there, because marriage. The increase and multiply was a precept back in the Old Testament. You had to have 5 wives and 800 kids. You know what I mean? Got to get some stuff going on, right? But the New Testament said virginity is higher. St. Paul says it's higher. Therefore, you don't. What am I neglecting my duty to be a consecrated layperson or a nun? No. So then, therefore, it's a sin against nature without a grave reason. Doesn't that sound nice? No, because Pius XII, Pius XI said, no reason, however grave, can be natural.
Couldn't you read this and say, like, it's technically, it's not a duty in the sense like you have a duty to go to mass every Sunday, but it's like, that's part of, like, if people don't get married and have kids, then yeah, we're not going to exist as mankind.
Yeah, that's God's issue. That's God's problem. You do your thing, God will do his thing. Okay? So the very nature of married life. I forgot what I was going to say, but this right, if you go, there's other stuff up above here where he sets the stage, okay? So he departs from Catholicism. When if he just got this grave reason thing out of here, it would make sense. So and got the duty thing out. If you just said, if you avoid procreation, it's a sin against nature of married life. It's a sin against nature. But he doesn't say nature, he says nature of married life. And then there's also different translations which say you violate the meaning of marriage, and who cares about the meaning? The meaning has nothing to do with the institution of, okay? So if that answers your question, but I have talked about this a bunch. What?
So basically, Pius XII started the whole NFP train.
Bingo, exactly. And that's why I've done other videos about the whole 1850s penitentiary legalizing it. No. They just said you don't have to max out your kids. But Pius XII was the first modernist with this, because he had massive political pressure. Okay.
But it's so subtle. How did people pick up on this?
It's very subtle, and there was no internet. That's why. So he said, look, it's this, look, man, we got to have kids and it's your duty. So therefore, if you have, like, just going to mass, man. So he is uncoupled procreation from nature. That's exactly what he did. And once you do that, like Freud says, you invite all sorts of perversion into the world. Once you take procreation out of the conjugal act, you get Bruce Jenner. And everything else that goes with it. It gets nuts. And that's what we have right now. I was going to make a video about Patrick Coffin because he's like, hey, we got to stop these trans school shooters. Well, you'll never stop trans unless you go back and fix this. You have to keep the conjugal act in accord with nature, the purpose. If you start saying it's a duty, like going to mass is a duty, and if you're really sick, you don't show up to mass, it doesn't violate nature because it's not based in nature, it's based in justice, which is why they keep talking about you have to be able to justify your NFP. You've heard that phrase before, right?
Yeah, you have to speak with your priest and so on.
Justify NFP. There's no such thing as justifying that which has nothing to do with justice. You can justify not going to mass if you have an alligator on one leg and you can't leave. He's like chewing on your leg. You can justify missing mass that day because you weren't able to really wrestle him as good as you thought you could on YouTube, right? Are there any alligators in Houston?
Oh, yeah, there's some.
Okay. So just keep that in mind, if you're on your way to mass. So,
but what's the context for this address? Was it just to midwives? Did he just?
The context was you had Margaret Sanger going wild in the streets, man, and then you had the NFP people pushing at the door, the angry mob beating on the door of the church like the 95 Theses, man, and then everyone's like, oh, overpopulation is crazy, and then industrialization and living in the suburbs. And Evie, I see you there. I know you're got to wet your pants. Hold on, okay? Hang on. He's down there. He wants to come on. He's barely hanging on, man. So I wish I could put 3 people on. I don't know how to do that. Can you put 3 people on? I don't think you can.
You could put as many as you
sure.
want.
Okay, fine. Here we go. All right.
The 95 feces. Yay!
95 feces, yeah. So that's the deal. Right there is where like I said, where the train left the tracks. Let's look at a few comments real quick.
That's where the rubber meets the road.
So basically, we got to go back to Pius the 11th, is what you're saying. Like,
No,
that's why I say on my
we gotta go to Pope Saint Damasus the First. Forget all the other ones.
The older your creed, the purer your seed.
I think there's like something condemning going back to the old ways. I forget what it was. Something somewhere in there.
Heard that sermon before in FSSP chaplain. Yeah, okay. I always told people I go ahead. What?
Pius XII is one of the reasons why I'm not sedevacantis, because he, besides midwives, he did a lot of things that were, bad.
I was listening to there's a video about evolution that just came out. I can't remember the name of the guy, and he was explaining that yes, Pius XII snuck in a little modernism in Humani Generis.
Pius XII is a Pokemon believer. Therefore, I evolved from an Eevee. This is my first state of evolving. Yeah,
you're doing a great job. You're still wet behind the ears, but I think it's working out.
I try my best. Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
Oh yeah,
but didn't Humani Generis condemn like a bunch of things evolution holds implicitly? Like he had to say, like you have to believe we all stem from 2 parents, whereas evolution says, there were multiple monkeys.
But it also doesn't say that there weren't other humanoids that those 2 parents mated with. So,
but he also says you have to hold that the first parents were created perfectly. So
right. But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that
from monkeys. You would have to deny original sin, and he says you can't.
Well, it's saying that they mated with other organisms that were.
All right. Hold on, Denzinger, whomever you are.
Yes,
we've got a semi-infallible statement. It's semi-magisterial. He says, "I don't know what I'm talking about."
Ooh.
He's saying I don't know what I'm talking about, but I don't know what he's referring to.
There's a new classification of infallibility. It's called semi-infallible. So this
falls under Pokemon, red or white.
This is semi-infallible right here. I don't know what I'm talking about. So Denzinger, dust off that little YouTube camera you got, my man. You can do this. You can do this. Put on a ball cap. Don't worry about your hair day. Whatever it takes. All right. Go ahead, Denzinger. Please. Show. What else we got? The Palmarian.
Anything coming from the NFP spiritual dictator is more infallible than what Leo XIV will ever say.
Infallibler. Yes. I pray for Leo the 14th.
Wait, how can you say that? I thought you believe in him.
Shrek is a valid line.
Yeah, but
it's
like King Saul.
You've heard it said that Americans are either going to become atheist or Catholic, right? You've heard that line before?
I've never heard that.
Yeah. Michael Knowles says that. It's just a progression.
I have heard that Pikachus will always choose you.
That's semi-infallible. So where was I? The same with NFP. Eventually, it's got to be condemned, or you got to go. You got to go Protestant. You cannot keep running the ball with NFP. It won't hold. You cannot hold up. They're going to run out of talking points. And Harrison Butker was like the first to come out and say. Remember, he says there's nothing natural about Catholic birth control. Remember that line?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but I've been trying to get in touch with him. I think I'm such a nobody. It's
got brushed under the table because the secular media.
How did that feel?
Stuff about.
That got brushed under the table. You say?
Yeah, because secular media made more of a fuss over him saying like women should stay home and raise a family.
I know.
So
I
no
know.
one
That's what I
talked
mean.
about that. But when I listened to that speech, I thought that was going to be the thing that everyone was going to get pissed off at in the Catholic world when he said there's nothing natural about Catholic birth control.
Like it says in Pascendi, when you make an erudite argument, there's a conspiracy of silence against you.
Hey, people are asking for me to be kicked off.
Really?
Yes.
All right. We'll kick you off so we can focus a little more.
Thank
And
you,
then
Mr.
come-
Farrell.
My
And that's
pleasure.
the thing. Anyone on the outside looking in,
Oh,
like
man.
if you speak with non-Catholics, they all say NFP is Catholic birth control. They call it that, and they call annulment Catholic divorce because they see it as being non-Catholics as the same conclusion as divorce and other forms of contraception. But like Catholics are too blind to see it.
Well, sedes are kind of decent at not having so much institutional bias, so they tend to agree with me more, but not all of them. But you're right. It's really hard because when you're Catholic, you're like, the church says this, and everybody in the church is saying this. So I've got to figure it out. I've got to conform to it. And it does. Once you start going back in history, you can see a lot of stuff is incremental. When you start making a small exception in nature, it just is going to go. This is like the right to privacy. This is where the right to privacy started. This is where Roe v. Wade started. When you start calling nature private discernment, it's your right to privacy. Don't tell anybody about how their NFP is going. It's up for them to judge. Anyway, so I don't know. When I've talked to SEDAP about this, he is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says it doesn't make. I don't care. You can disown Pius XII if you want. It's all about Vatican II isn't right, therefore it's sede. That's basically where he's at. And I keep saying, well, in at the end of Vatican II, whatever Lumen Gentium or whatever, he says everything I said here isn't binding. By the way, guys, thanks for coming to our our poetic hug here. But yeah,
that's why I'm not a sede. The Pope's necessary. You need a Pope. You can't have a long interregnum. And Vatican II is not binding.
That's otherwise. You're right. A, it logically has to be that way. B, the Pope came out and said, "Hey, believe me, it ain't binding." That's what he said. So, nobody wants that. Just like nobody wants to give up their NFP because NFP makes their world go round. You got the annulment, there's much more I could say about that. So we need some more caller inners. That's what we need. We don't have enough. Man, I didn't know I was hated this much. I guess I am.
There's so much money involved defending it too. I've realized like all these methods are just basically marketing tools to get people on birth control. Like these NFP methods.
There's money, but it's not necessarily like, oh, NFP makes tons of money for people. There's NFP training and stuff, but what it really is it's keeping everybody in the yes column. Let's say you've got, you want your divorce. We got a pill for that in the Catholic Church. You want your birth control. We got a pill for that too. Whatever you want. So it's all about keeping everybody in the yes column so that they don't just go, well, the Protestant Church allows me to do this thing, and God talked to my heart and said it was fine. The bishop comes up and says, no, we said it's fine too, so you can stay Catholic. So if you start like when Jesus said, if I come, when Christ returns, will he find any faith on earth? The modernism is just infected, and they're keeping everybody in.
Do you think a quick fix to that would be to enforce the rules, like no sacraments and no burial if you're a manifest sinner? Because like that's what it used to be in the old days. You got divorced without you went off the reservation, got divorced, you were excommunicated, no communion, no burial. But nowadays we don't enforce those laws that are still in the books, so there's no incentive to play by the rules.
That's literally what I was just about to say too. Is
work on your? Can you like talk right in the mic, man, Christy?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but if you're louder, that would be better.
Hold on one second. That might be a different thing here. Oh, it's because I was on the wrong freaking
wrong input. Can you hear me better?
Hello, way better.
Oh, okay. That's all right. That's why you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, I've just noticed in a lot of my churches here, like even one here recently, it was like the ideal Catholic family with like 12 kids, been married for like 25 years, getting their annulment. Like, apparently he like has a alcohol problem, but like
Crazy.
better or worse. Like,
That's right. Better for worse is out the window. Did you guys saw some of that video I made about Carolyn Klicka and Chris Stefanik?
I started to watch it. I haven't had time.
Parts of it.
Yeah, it's long. Give it a month, whatever. But she basically said, "Hey, my husband started wearing lipstick and high heels, and therefore, he was no longer capable of marriage. So I had to divorce him." That's what she said. But then she talked about marriage standards. Like people who stand for their vows, which sounds a little awkward. It's like, well, just because somebody. That's why I played the video from New York Dolls and their personality crisis. Just because somebody gets weird, it doesn't get any worse than worse. So that was kind of the overall point I was making. That
when you
what?
Well, yeah, when you look at like the lives of the saints, like Saint Monica, like her husband used to abuse her and like smack her around and like was an alcoholic and a drunk. And
That was common in the 60s.
Yeah, it was.
Big Irish family.
Dude, there's so many Catholic saints that are like female saints who are like, we live up to like their husbands were schmucks, for lack of a better word, and yet we look up to them as like, wow, that's so amazing. You've converted. In fact, you converted your pagan husband and your son at the same time too. Now you're one of the greatest of all saints. But it's like, yeah, we just throw that all right out the window. Like in this case, the person that I was talking about, he just has he's like an alcohol problem, but like, he's a good dude, like, and yet like, boom, he's dropped like that. And she's going around telling everybody about his problems and stuff like that. Not only on top of that too, but we have one that just got her annulment and is getting remarried.
I think they want to interrupt for a minute.
Yeah.
Love will keep us together. Think of me, babe, whenever some sweet talking girl comes along.
The mix on this song is pretty good. They for the 70s, they did a good job on that song. You guys are too young. So anyway, I totally interrupted you. Sorry. All right, we got it. Now then, so
yeah, I was just gonna say, like, and then we have this other one that doesn't even have her annulment all the way, and she's already engaged again to somebody else, and still coming to the church, showing up with her new boyfriend or fiance, I guess.
Love wins, baby. It's
and the husband was like a good dude. Like I used to hang out with him, and he's just kicked to the curb. He has to like go to another church. He's lost the church and the kids in the.
It's called natural law. That's what they did. There's no more nature because it's all a sign. That's what NFP eliminates nature. Like I said in the midwives right there, it says it's a duty. So you've eliminated nature from the mix. So therefore, the only thing that marriage is something called a bond, which I say is floating in space. Okay, it's just a bond. That's all it is. And therefore, as long as you can get rid of the bond, you don't have to stay with anybody or anything. There's no more rights. It's all about the personalist norm, and marital love is number one, etc. So it's slippery. It's difficult to nail down, but if you could do it on video, like I'm doing with some of these things, I can get there. But you can't do a call-in show. You have to really focus on what you're doing and push pause and think about it because it gets tricky.
Here's one thing that comes to mind.
Yeah.
What does that say about the state of the church? There's like 32 of us on here. You got 600 and something subscribers. Even very traditionally minded people are totally sold on NFP. I mean, almost everybody I know is probably using it in their families. So what does that say about the state of the church and our current age and the future? Like, how do we recover from that? Because I'm not convinced that we're going to enter into a new glorious age without a major butt whooping or some kind of kind of major correction. Even most of the hierarchy would never even touch us with a 10-foot pole. So how do we recover?
Because of the politics. It's too hard to go there, and there will be no recovery. You will never recover marriage. You will never recover the birth rate as long as NFP is legalized, because there's always going to be some circumstances that make it, quote, too hard. Always.
So what's the solution then? What do we
just go back Go back to defining marriage before family planning is the solution. That's all it is.
What I mean, like, look, what about the men that are, is this just a generation of men screwed? Like, I'm 36. I've been in the dating scene on and off for years. And I get, this is one of the biggest things that I've come to learn is like, even very traditionally minded women oftentimes are still infected with feminism and all kinds of stuff. And if you were to try to approach somebody on top of, like, let's say you found a good woman, now on top of that too, you have to say, hey, by the way, NFP is gay. We're not going to use it. Like, dude, that takes a small pool of women and makes it even smaller. I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying, like, that's the reality. Is this generation of men screwed until crap hits the fan and we got to start back over from scratch and people, like what's
you've got to, it's like the catacombs, or it's like pagan Europe when the Visigoths were running around chopping people's heads off. You have to go back to you have to bring Catholicism back into your neighborhood, and that's it, because everyone else out there is infected with it, with the modernism and the NFP. So you can find somebody, I guess, if you can try to articulate it and talk to them, especially when they're first thinking about getting married. They're a captive audience, but marriage can happen no problem if you get all this stuff straight from the beginning, and you realize what sin is, and you talk about it, and you get it ironed out beforehand so that everybody knows where the guardrails are. Otherwise, stuff's going to get hard, guaranteed. And then what do? We flip open our TOB manual and try to
yeah, but this is where you need the hierarchy on board for this to get fixed, because here's the reality. I see tons of women who are very traditionally minded. I thought, like, again, like this other person, I was like, holy, like, dude, she is like so holy. She's like ultra trad, like, and boom, out of nowhere, like, get an annulment. I'm like, it shocked me. So, I mean, there's no real guarantee. There's no, until the hierarchy gets on board and says, NFPs, you can't do that. Like, because for me, like, there's no enforcement. How do I know? I literally have no rights as a man. So I don't have a guarantee. I just have to try and hope my best that I'm not going to get raked over the coals.
So none of this hoping your best. That's why I've said this before. You do. I used that.
Well, even if you get it cleared with her first, like, okay, yeah, she's totally on board, blah, 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 she can change.
She can change. So it's a risk. And this is the solution that Pearl Davis is looking for, but doesn't articulate. And guys like Trent Horn keeps advertising, but doesn't have it. The solution is you can't do anything. You've got to go with bishop's permission on anything. If the bishop doesn't permit it, meaning the separation, you can't operate without that. So
do we move somewhere where the bishop actually doesn't give out annulments like candy?
No, you marry somebody who agrees to never go to the bishop for the annulment, and also will never separate without the bishop's permission.
Yeah, but she could change her mind. That's not enforceable.
I got
but
another
if
question.
Sorry, well, right quick. As long as you think she's good enough that she won't change her mind, or she has enough fear of the Lord that she won't, then it's a decent risk. Okay. But if you go into marriage thinking we can go ahead and change this because this is love, you're kind of screwed, because nobody knows what they're supposed to do. So I guess that's my point, is that as long as you define it first. So love is love. I see you down there, and I know you want to come on real bad. And then I know we got Sax Man. Let me put him on real quick.
You can drop me out if you want.
Okay, here. Oh, I guess he's on pause. Here, well, I'd say.
Yeah,
because we get too much. We get too much.
Ask for the link in the chat. That's all.
Put a link in the chat. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have done that. Thank you. Hang on. Invite, share, copy. Sorry. Here, I'll put it a whole bunch of times so we can get it. I didn't realize that. Why is it taking so long there? Did you get it? Did you see it? I'm behind on my comments.
Woohoo, we got it.
Let me read some of the comments real quick.
There you go.
Go to the Aryan map.
Link.
And you too far gone. You need help. Antonius. Yes, get help. That's a common one. I've heard that so many times. We'll pray for you, Denzinger. We're going to pray for you, okay, man? Why don't you just come on, my man?
Can we just pray for this guy for real?
I would just get Mario Dirksen to debate John instead of. My guess is John would be a guess. I can't even say that word. I don't think I could debate. I can't debate, man. I could try. Hang on. Oh, Sedevacantist Gray, we're almost there. Hold on. Let me go through some comments real quick. Anyone who could say some ideas? Is there 2 more people gather my name? All right. We got some. Let's get Sasquatch off for a minute. That's a funny song. Now, let's go to Derek.
Sorry, I kind of cut out, but my
Okay.
question was about a lot of trad-minded people defend NFP because they actually use it to get pregnant. But is that NFP to use it to conceive or have a better chance at conception?
No, 'cause you're-
Sedevacantist Gray did.
Copycat, do not believe in using it for either way. You just gotta leave it in God's hands. That's the Sailorcast promise. And if you want suits from John Farrell's Apparel,
All right, so I
use the comment Sailorcast, you'll get nothing off.
I'm having a hard enough time catching on, dude. So I gotta you okay, Derek. So do me a favor. Give me that question in as big of an idiot-proof manner as possible.
Is it NFP to use the techniques to conceive or have a better chance at conception? Because a lot of people defend it for that reason. Like a lot of
Right,
trad-minded
they're saying it's
people.
not intrinsic evil because we're trying to have kids with it. That's like a red herring or whatever. That's not the point. It doesn't violate nature to use NFP to have kids. All it does is tell God, get out of the way. You need our help to try to plan better because we're not having kids. So just don't use any NFP. But it violates nature when you're trying to not have. You're using it to not get pregnant. But it doesn't violate nature when you're using it to get pregnant. It's kind of like a violation of, I guess, the first commandment. You're telling God, I got this, and your planning isn't good, or it's not good enough for us.
Well, isn't this kind of what I was saying before? Is intent is a huge part of Catholic moral theology. So, what is your intention behind the act? I mean, the act can be
Is that Chris?
evil.
Oh, now we got Andrew B. I see you there, Andrew. Thanks for getting on. Let me post another link just so people can see it. So we'll have to try to keep this going a little bit. Otherwise, it's going to be a giant group weirdo. So. Chris D, sorry, one more time on your question. Then we got to go to Seti Groper.
No, I was just saying I was just to say his answer is intent, right? So intent is a big part of Catholic moral theology.
Yes,
That
but
really...
when you're talking family planning, it's not intent anymore. It's also physical manipulation.
Well,
hey, you got your lasagna eater back.
Well, I'm saying to use it for the positive. You're actually using it for its telos, its purpose. Its purpose is to create children. So
yeah,
if you're using it to intentionally, yeah.
Okay. Now,
can't you use medicine too? Like if there's infertility, you have a surgery or something.
I would assume so. Yes. Sedevacantist Gray.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead. Let's raise your hand there first, okay? Go ahead and raise your hand. Go ahead, Seti. Go ahead, my man. Talk to me.
Okay, so I'm a friend of Will and Derek's, and basically my problem is that I'm an incel, and I was wondering if you have any advice for me.
Get married. You want to bury your talents in the backyard? Is that what you're looking for? You saying, you know what I mean? It's like you got some talents there, don't you, buddy? Yes, you do. So God. Talentless? Come on. No, you're not. No, you're not. I've seen your talents, so to speak. I mean, you got to use them. So be a priest. Go ahead and be a priest. Is that if you got a vocation for that?
I guess I'm still discerning.
Sorry?
I'm still discerning.
Okay. So how old are you right now?
19.
19. All right. That's it. It's good to discern and get going. So God works the rudder when you work the oars, right? So you got to be a little bit crazy. But I think it was Father Spitzer who married us. He was a Jewish CPA, and he says, I got to become a priest. He goes, God, if you want me to do this, you better back me up. So
is he still Jewish?
He was the one who did our wedding, man. Anyway, incel by choice, dude. You got to become a priest or you got to get married. Basically, you can't just hang out. There's so like I think it was that recently in the Novus Order readings was about your talents. Don't bury your talents. So like they say, it'll happen. Now let's go to Andrew B. Okay, hang on a second. Add to stage and let's
I'm a big fan of Andrew B.
go ahead, Andrew. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
No worries. No worries. Thank you. So I actually do have a question for you. And
Okay.
we were just talking about this. Like my friend here said he was an incel, right? So
Yeah.
like, how did you start? Like, you're married, correct?
Yes.
How did you, like, what was the first thing you talked about when you met your now wife?
She did all the talking, and she also out-ate me on our first date. She had a hollow leg. But she knew I was the one from like the first 5 seconds. Okay. And then she kind of dragged me kicking and screaming in a way. But
Dang.
that's typically how it works, because not always, but guys can be like, hey, this is a big deal. But usually it's the woman who kind of knows what's going on and wants to make it happen, sort of thing. So if that answers your question, she was sort of she kind of knew the thing. She said, and then eventually I kind of caught on, and I was 29, and I was just I got married at 29.
Do you think that was too late?
Yeah, but I was a giant punk rock misfit. I spent 10 years doing glam punk, whatever. I played rugby, drank a lot of beer, played in a lot of bands. We opened for Nirvana. That was about as cool as we ever got.
Oh, wow.
And then moved up to Seattle, sold my drums. And because I made friends at the parish there, and that's where I met my wife, because I already knew her before from another retreat back in '87. But if that answers your question, like they say, it'll happen. It'll happen. But another friend of mine, my cousin-in-law, says, he goes, you're trying to figure out if you're going to marry somebody. You got to get them while you can. But the point is that waiting for the perfect person or whatever is just never going to happen. So you can get married to pretty much anybody, but you have to define marriage. Just like you can go out and buy a used car tomorrow. As long as you identify what car ownership is and money, you can do it. But if those things are up in the air and they're feelings based, you got a problem. So
I had
this
a
is
comment
why.
for the incel kid.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, I don't know if you're just joking about being incel, but I mean, man, you said you're 19, right?
Yeah.
Dude, you should really be focusing on grinding, like figuring out what you need to do in life. I mean, aside from being a priest, if you're not going to be a priest, you should be actively pursuing some kind of a career. I mean, honestly, that's the one of the biggest things you should be doing if you plan on getting married anyways, is you need to get that sorted out first. I mean, and then if a good lady comes along in the process, you can still go out there and date and pursue, but I think you're going to have a hard time attracting anybody and getting married in the first place if you don't also have that path chased down. You know what I'm saying?
This guy's a genius aerospace engineer. He's got a 4.0 GPA at a prestigious university. I think he's
Bro, don't GPA
doing
dox
great.
him.
At 19?
Yeah, doxing.
He's a genius.
I've heard that
This is true. He's sleeper genius.
there's people at the annulment court that say if you're an engineer, you cannot consent to marriage because you are out of touch with your feelings. You're too analytical, and engineers and other professions like that. That's how nuts it is. So I agree, though. You're right. Get to work for sure, because if you're not focused on getting to work, it's easy for a guy to just kind of go sideways for a while. That's why I was kind of putting the heat on my son, who's 23 down in Phoenix. Like, all right, buddy, it's kind of cool to hang out at the bar and drive around and do stuff and work a little bit, but when you get married, you take it to the next. You really start to focus. You get a lot more done. There's a lot to be said that's good about marriage for sure. So he's right. But you got to sort of take a leap. You know what I'm saying? Andrew B., you agree?
I agree. Yes.
What's your opinion on partner dancing?
I've done it. I've heard there's a little bit of a controversy about that in some Latin mass groups or whatever.
Your favorite saint, Saint John Vianney, condemns it.
Well, I think they were getting a little rowdy there at the cabaret. It was a different deal.
And we're not rowdy in 2025.
Well, there's no, I wouldn't say
modern dances. Yeah,
there's something. I don't know, man. There's a spectrum and there's culture. Okay. And I think back then if you were at the cabaret dancing, you were basically in the no column. You were doing some risque stuff and you were drinking a lot. That's probably what was going on.
Yeah, I don't think that he's talking about the waltz.
They weren't doing the waltz, and he still condemned it.
Yeah, even St. Francis.
Run
de
through some of
Sales
these
condemned
comments. I'm
the
going to post the link again for people to call in. There it is. And I'm
Wait,
going to keep going through
question,
the comments.
Mr. Annulment Proof. I have a question.
Yeah.
So so say like hypothetically you're gonna get married, right? And you got 2 girls you can marry.
Uh-huh.
Girl number 1 is like more of like a trad wife type build. But she's maybe like a 5. Girl number 2 is like a 8 or a 9, but she's like more of like a Nova Sordite, and like she's
Right.
like booty shorts to like school and stuff like that.
Got it.
Who do you pick?
You've seen the Hot Crazy Matrix
Yeah, crazy
video?
hot matrix. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm asking you.
Right. So Father Ripperger would say the 5 is better, and all that in a lot of ways the girls that look good are the biggest problem, because their personality, they're different. They're used to getting by on good looks, so they don't have as much development as far as character and stuff. But you can't ever tell. If you can find both, obviously. So where the rubber meets the road is you show up with your marriage contract and see which one says yes. Okay. So I'm telling you, man, the last thing you want for sure is a divorce. It's the worst thing you could experience. Like it's so bad because it's like the gift that keeps on giving. When you have kids and someone takes your kids away, you don't want to go. It's like the worst. It's so bad you can't. You got to preload the thing in the beginning. I forgot what else I was going to say, but so show up with the contract and just ask them. Do you want to do this? And if they say yes, now you got something. So chances are, if they're too high on the hot crazy matrix, then they're going to say no. So that kind of answer gives you your answer right there. Go ahead.
I have a follow-up question on that.
Yeah.
So he was giving the comparison of like better morals but worse looking. What would you choose if they were the exact same person, but one of them was like a 10 and one of them was like a 7?
I think everyone would choose the 10. I mean, right? What do you mean?
Yeah, like I'm just curious. Like,
But the retarded.
Yeah. Go ugly or go home, right? No.
well, I mean, I don't disagree. I was asking because I'm curious what you had to say about it. But I've been told by some people who may or may not be in this call that St. John Chrysostom always said to choose the uglier woman so there's no lust in the relationship. So I was just curious what you had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Totally to choose the uglier one.
In theory or whatever, but realistically, it's not like this is a dating app and you can just swipe through it. There's only so many fish out there. Okay, there's always more, but
is it licit to propose to both of them? So you get 2 rings, but they're insured. So you.
Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, you listen to propose to both of them. No, betrothal / engagement is a legally binding thing in the church. It cannot be enforced, but it's legal. So you can't engage to 2 people. When my dad proposed to my mom, he said, I want to know if you want to get married, but number 1, you can't work. Number 2, you're going to have 10 kids. And she said, okay.
Would that be grounds for annulment if that happened?
No. But if you anything is grounds for an annulment today. Like I said, if you go to the tribunal and you
I'm talking about Vatican II.
You're talking about what?
If that situation happened, you proposed to 2 women and it was found out later, would that be grounds for annulment?
No. You can propose to 19 women, but you can only get married to one of them. So it's not cool to do it, but you can only get married to one. So whoever you get married to is what it is. But it's stupid. It's retarded. Have you guys ever heard of Dr. G.C. Dillsaver? Have you ever heard of that guy?
No.
All right. He's been on. He was on Michael Vor's show a bit. He's actually pretty good. Okay. But one thing he said when he proposed to his wife, he says, I want to know if you want to get married, but just realize that. Hang on, look at my phone here. Is it okay? Is it okay? I mean, this guy wants to come over real bad. Okay, yes, it's fine. He says, I'm going to propose to you, but just remember, whatever your answer is the last time you'll ever have final say. So she said yes. And so you want, the problem with marriage is it's hard to bring all this up, but you've got to get it up front first. If you just sort of get married and then go to marriage prep, you're going to go through the modernist. Doesn't really matter what church you go to. They're all modernist when it comes to marriage prep. They're going to get you going on the love-based NFP stuff and the love-based model, unity and procreation. It's like, it's a setup for failure. So you have got to educate yourself and bring it to her early.
I think you just jump in, man. I don't think you need to raise your hand.
All right. So my question is, how early? Is it like first time you meet her, or like
You start. She's thinking about marriage. She's thinking about marriage in the first 5 seconds when you talk to her. Okay, that's what she's thinking about. She's got her hope chest. She's thinking about kids. She's thinking about biology, all this sort of stuff.
I think that's your age showing, John. I don't think that's the same for today necessarily.
No, they all are. They think about getting married when they're 10 years old. Okay, and the guys are like, dude, whatever. Let's blow something up. Come on. Can we like? How many guys does it take to flip over a car? That's what they're thinking about when you're 20
Does that
something.
ever change? Do you still think about flipping over cars and blowing stuff up?
No, I still like to do that stuff. It's slow, but I've had so many motorcycle wipeouts. I'm not as strong as I used to be. So I guess
you American Bible and she thinks divorce is evil when putting away is good, and so she's not even in tune with, if you break the rules, I'm gonna put you away.
Are you saying? Okay, go ahead and repeat that question and synthesize it. Make it. Give it again, please.
What if you're saying all these women are thinking about marriage the first time you meet them, and that's probably true. But what if, she reads the New American Bible and she doesn't think like there's anything she can do?
Okay, then she's okay. Then
put away or anything.
You can say, I think about marriage sometimes. Do you think about marriage? Yeah. Okay. Well, what is marriage? And then you have to. No one can get married unless they can define it and they can both consent to the same thing. And if marriage is not defined, kind of like this live stream is defined, it's not the entire universe. It's on this screen, and it's with these people, and it has a finite time, and that's what it is. It's not everything in the world. It's this stream. Okay. We have a definition of it. It started at a specific time. It's not infinite. Okay. When you start bringing love into the mix, you have created Trinitarian infinity into the contract, which is a nothing. Okay, this is why divorce doesn't do anything anymore. There's no nature, so she can be reading her New American Bible all day long, because a lot of people do, because they don't know any better. There's people of goodwill that are just uninformed. I mean, it took me a while to inform myself, and people say, can you write a book? I'm like, I'm still trying to gather more information. Every time I turn around, there's like, whoa, I've never heard that saint quote before. I didn't know the church said this. If that answers your question.
So going back to the thinking about babies thing, when was the last time you were in the dating scene?
Me?
Yeah.
That would have been like 92, 3, 4.
Okay. Yeah, that's my point. I think that perspective is probably true for some women that are exception today, but I don't think that's true even for a lot of Catholic women. Maybe in like much more traditionally minded, like I don't know, hardcore sede or something like that. But I don't think, generally speaking, that's been my experience, even with somebody who I go to the Novus Ordo, but go to the Latin Mass when I can, but legitimately, I don't think that's the case. Even a lot of Catholic women who say they want to get married, especially earlier on, they want to wait until they're like 30 plus. Probably.
Okay, so can you summarize your point really, really succinctly?
Yeah, just the advice that you were giving. I'm just countering the advice that you're giving, and I think it's dated, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's dated, and what is fundamentally different now?
I genuinely think a lot of women are brainwashed and don't actually. Their first thought is not, I want to jump this guy, get married, and pop out some babies real quick. I definitely don't think that's
no problem. Just like I say, there's an analogy. If you're going to go to Chicago in an airplane, It's not up for debate what the airplane is or what the inside of the airplane is. You get in a steel tube and you go, or an aluminum tube, whatever. And so as long as everyone can define it. So wherever in the universe they are, you bring them that finite definition. You say, do you want to do this? And if they say no, you can work on them. But if they say no, you can't get married to someone who won't consent to marriage. And the definition is the Princess Bride, dweem within a dweem. Today, just like Captain and Tennille behind me. It was all about love. And she tried really hard. I think they were married for 30-something years. Love will keep us together, people. And he got weird, or he was just a kind of a freaky personality, and she just couldn't be. It's like, yeah, people change their mind because it feels weird. So once everyone knows that its feelings are independent of or love has nothing to do with the institution of marriage, you've got something. So if that answers your question, let's look at this comment real quick. John, I'll throw in a real world scenario at y'all. Brother was raised in the Novus Ordo. Brother married a Jewess in a Protestant ceremony. Now they want to divorce after a few years and kids. Can they annul?
It was never a marriage in the first place because he didn't do
correct.
The laws of the church.
But even if they can annul, they have kids. So you have nature. So kids have a natural law right to an intact home. So you're ripping up the kids. If that's why they have shotgun marriages. You know, if someone's pregnant, it's like, hey man, not your will anymore. You're out of options. So get married. So the best thing they can do is convalidate the marriage, figure it out, whatever they got to do. But yeah, they're not married. They're not married. That's an easy one.
Do you know the term?
Earlier today, you were mentioning on when you're talking about the adjusted midwives about a duty to procreate. So do you believe that there is a duty to procreate?
No, there's no duty to procreate.
No.
Okay.
Is
more of a setup. So if there is no duty to procreate, then what's the trouble of being like a lay celibate?
Because you aren't. I see what you're saying. You just have to, as long as you know that it's God's will to be a lay celibate, to be an incel, then you got to do God's will. But there's no basis.
Well, necessarily, like obviously, lay celibacy isn't a vocation, right? But the Bible says some are eunuchs by nature, some are eunuchs for the kingdom, right?
Yeah. So if you, in other words, if you want to become a priest, basically that's what they're saying. You want to give up conjugal relations for a higher calling, for a religious calling. Isn't that what that means? God doesn't want people to eunuch themselves and just hang out. It's like, no. There is no duty to procreate, but God is not going to do good things to you when you die if you just bury your talents.
What about like Opus Dei numeraries? What do you think of that?
Opus Dei what?
Numeraries. They're like lay celibates, but they work.
Oh, supernumerary. Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't quite know.
Yes, it is weird.
I've heard it's weird.
Stay away.
If coincidentally or ironically, where I first learned about the marital debt was on an Opus Dei retreat, reading some books. So they're not all bad or anything, but there's weirdness in there, I think, and it's hard to put your finger on. I also heard a weird quote from Saint Jose Maria Escrivá about basically saying a little bit of contraception can be okay. There was a quote I read about. It was can't remember, the guy who used to run 1 Peter 5 mentioned it. The guy who apostatized, that guy. Anyway, let's look for some more quotes. If you got anything else to say, go ahead. I keep putting the link on here. We can find some fresh meat out there.
Mr. Farrell, do you know what the term gooning is? It means?
I've sort of picked up. Isn't that sort of like self-abuse? Isn't that what that is?
Yes. You should start using it on your streams to be in touch with
I don't want to talk about it. It's good to just be modest, and if there's no reason to bring it up.
Yeah, you got to use code language like corn instead, or
I mean, I don't need to talk about a whole lot of stuff, and Christopher West kind of goes there, I guess. But
well, Christopher West is the quintessential theology of the body gooner.
He loves NFP.
It's been said the only reason that we have theology of the body is to give intellectual framework for NFP. That's the only reason it's
I think that's right.
there. Otherwise,
Christopher West is evil. Like he says, like one of his heroes is Hugh Hefner.
well, he's all about, it's
it's crazy.
What you want to do and everything is like God's primeval language to you, and you have to spiritualize it. It's when you start taking biology and making it supernatural or making it theology, you've turned what was finite into infinite. You spiritualize everything. That's why they always say this crazy code stuff like marriage, like Father Mike Schmidt's marriage is not a contract, but it's a covenant. That's Protestant. That's code for there is no natural law, there is no rights and duties. There's just a giant a love experience waiting for you, and you just have to love a lot, and if it doesn't happen, that means someone was incapable. It's so dumb, but it's so institutionalized, everyone's into it. So when you say stuff like I'm saying, people are going like, this, I can't do this. Well, if you think about it, you can. So a certain percentage people will start. When Rush Limbaugh first got started in 1988, he came on the microphone. He's saying all the stuff that everyone thought, but no one ever said. And it just exploded. So I want to try to beat the drum on nature that's being subverted everywhere. So because I think people of goodwill will kind of catch on, and enough people will start questioning. But that's the beauty of the internet. You don't have to just take the faith from the priest who says this is the way it is.
Why is it called horse and mule? Like, why does the Bible and Tobias use that term when talking about this?
Because animals basically are focused on instinct and what they want to do, right? So
but their instinct is to have kids.
Yes. However, they're just moved by instinct and fleshly lust. I mean, they just want flesh. That's all they know. That's all they know. And the devil has power over them, but who cares? Because doesn't make any difference. Okay.
Well, isn't the crossing of a horse and a mule an ass?
Oh yeah, a mule's not even a natural thing. A mule's a donkey and a horse combined.
Okay, so that I never thought of that. Yeah, I guess it's because it's infertile, right? So it's the saints will say that if you're focused on not procreating, you're actually lower than the beasts, because they at least try to procreate. But if so they're saying, no, we're not animals. There's more to marriage than just procreation. That's just biology. Actually, you're worse than an animal, because you're using nature to be unnatural, and animals don't even do that.
Even the elephants.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why saints say that when two homos are going Brokeback Mountain, not even the devil will look at them. Not even the devil will look at them. It's so sick. They know it's so trash. They can't even go there. Let's see if there's some more comments. Anyone else I'm going to shut up and you guys can talk.
Do you think NFP led directly to legalization of sodomy and gay marriage?
Of course. People said in the 50s, people started saying in the 1930s, as soon as as soon as contraception gets legalized, you have gay marriage. In the 30s, they said that. Because like Freud said, you separate procreation from the conjugal act, you get perversion. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was just thinking this out. So in order to have NFP, you need to make unity or love the primary instead of procreation, or unity and procreation, as they'll say. They'll always say that, and they'll always put the unitive and procreative together.
Right. Unitive is go ahead.
And so you need NFP, or you need to change the primary purpose of marriage first, so that you could have NFP. And then as a result of that, because you've changed the purpose, if it's just about love, then love is love, right? That if love is the purpose of marriage, then there's no reason to, in the modern mind.
Yes, marriage. Marriage is just a bond floating in heaven, and love is love. So whatever you want to do to further the love, which is why everyone contracepts, because it's just love. What's the problem? There's no, if love is number one, hey, so is sodomy or whatever you want to do to up the love.
To play devil's advocate, that's not really love, because love is, you know, rooted in truth and
Okay,
going to the other.
fine. That's your
Well, that's not
definition.
devil. That's I think
Love
you're
is in the eye of the
misunderstood the-
beholder, man. Like I said, it's not an objective thing. Some people love cotton candy, some people don't. Who are we
Okay,
to judge?
so when they say love, they mean lust.
It's horse and mule. That's all it is. There's like I say, there's two purposes to the conjugal act: procreation
Horse and mule.
and flesh. Those are the two purposes. There are no other purposes. You can call flesh 55 different euphemisms, and Christopher West has a bunch of them. And
So
they use it. Go ahead.
we really need to get rid of the whole unitive and procreative line. We need to go back to procreative.
Procreative, that's
Otherwise it's going to be, even if we win a battle here and there, like stamp it down one time, give it a couple of generations, and the fact that it's unitive is going to result in the exact same thing, which is gay marriage. It's gonna, or polygamy, or whatever else.
You have to expose humanae vitae as taking nature and launching it into heaven. It becomes supernatural because it's a significance. It's not a purpose. It's not an end. It's a significance. And the root word in significance is sign, sign. So, okay. So we have the Christ in his church, husband and wife. Those are signs. All right. But that doesn't mean that your wife is literally the church, or your husband is literally Christ, or the love between them is literally Trinitarian love, or the love of Christ. It's a sign. But the natural contract is a right over biology only.
When was it when NFP started being preached? Like what year? Like what was really going on that led to it?
NFP started getting preached, quote unquote, in the 30s-ish, 1920s. They started coming up with the rhythm method. They called it Planned Parenthood rhythm method. That's what it was called, Planned Parenthood. Yep, that's where Planned Parenthood got the name, I think, is because the people promoting the little calendar wheel thing said Planned Parenthood. I have a picture of it somewhere. But anyhow, maybe I can find it. It's just too hard to find right now. Then it got started that way. Then again, because it's a subtle, nuanced thing, and it's only to be used, it's a sin, but you can use it as a lesser sin than onanism if you're trying not to have kids. But it's still a sin, and then it's like letting the fire out of the fireplace. It just started to take off, and unless someone clamps down on it, it just takes off. Sort of like you open the southern border and just let a little hole in the fence, and you don't do anything about it. You're invaded. Okay. Then when you had Pius XII say what he said in Midwives, that it's a duty, and as long as you have a grave reason, it's nature. You can use your marriage to decrease and divide, and it's nature. As long as you have a grave reason, boom. Now nature is disconnected from the conjugal act, and it's just a matter of time from there. And it just slowly, now you don't need a grave reason at all. It's like you just need I don't even know why you need a reason. Why they even say that you have two models that cannot coexist. You've got Catholicism, and you have the unitive purpose of marriage. Can't exist. Let me look at these comments real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk.
Yeah, I was going to say, apparently the U.S. Health Department actually classifies it as a way to avoid pregnancy. So
Yes,
it's interesting to me that the government the government actually recognizes it as a form of contraception, but Catholics have convinced themselves that it's totally legit. It's not contraception at all.
So why is it not more talked about in spheres, like in general? Because up until somewhat recently, I'm relatively new to the topic. Why does no one talk about NFP if it's supposedly like you don't really have to think too much about it? Like you just look at it and you're like, you're.
Here's why no one talks about it. The same reason no one talks about divorce in church or anything, because it's not definable. There's nothing to talk about. It's sort of like a sermon about charity or something. You can be general, but you can't be specific because it's not law. Okay. So unless something's nailed down, it's like it's between you and God. There's not a lot we're going to say. This is why there's no preaching about the stuff they used to say, because you can't say X is wrong because someone may discern it's right for them and it's natural. So there's nothing to talk about. We're just going to talk about other things.
So the World Health Organization actually classifies NFP as a contraceptive. So it's, it's interesting that, there's these secular governments that are like, the whole intention behind this is to, and in fact, it's highly effective with modern technology.
Correct. Planned Parenthood says that. Every secular group says that. That's why everyone knows. But the NFPers will say, well, they just don't understand Catholicism and the beauty and the depth, and extreme meaning.
Yeah, the amount of extreme language used.
This is why we're here, to spread the good word, so you can send your rocket engine to the stars.
Yeah, the amount of mental gymnastics you have to jump through to make it work is, and honestly, I bought the lie. Even when I first came in, I was like, how does that make sense? And then I remember telling people and trying to convince them that it was, and they would be like, wait, how does that, if it's 99% effective, then how does that make any, and I was like, yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. And that's why it's not talked about. That's why no one wants to debate it really, especially online, because you do it in writing. There's nowhere to hide. If someone knows what they're talking about, you can't, but very few people want to.
Dude, every Novus Ordo parish that I've been to, 100% would rage quit. They would lose their mind, because almost everybody's doing it. There's very few families that have lots of kids in the parish.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was at university, the Catholic Newman Center had a talk from a priest about contraception, and it was just the common humane vitae Novus Ordo slop. It was like artificial contraception bad, but NFP's natural. And I asked the question, how is this not contraception? Because
it's got natural name.
And he said it's like playing baseball by the rules, but you intentionally strike out. You're still playing the game.
So you're defeating the purpose of the game.
Striking out is still bad.
That's actually a really good analogy. You're intentionally defeating the purpose of the game. That's telos, right? You're playing the game, but you're intentionally defeating it.
I have all these people texting me, so I gotta get again. Go ahead. All right, that's cool. That's why it's hard to do. It's hard to, I can make recordings, but doing a live stream, it's like life keeps happening and you can't stop. It's I have no life. People come over here all the time trying to get tires and stuff. I'm like,
so
go ahead.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I wanted to go back to earlier was solution, right? There's the individual solution, which as a man is to just do your best. You really have no other option. There's no legal enforcement. The bishop sure as hell's not gonna.
No legal enforcement. So you're posing a question. You're posing.
Yeah, but let me finish my thought. My thought. My point is to say, what is the overarching solution? So there's the macro, or my individual anecdotal solution, which is just as you said, get all this up front to the woman from the get-go and make sure you're 100% on the same page before you get married. But even then, you're not guaranteed, because there's no bishop.
No guarantees in life. That's right. People have
but in the past, you could have a guarantee because the bishop would enforce it. But even still,
but she could still say, "I don't care. I'm going to hell. Bye."
Right. But so my point is, okay, so let's take that away. That's just the state of where we are now for me as an individual. But how do we fix this? How do we fix this other than raising awareness? How do you fix this going forward in the generations?
You raise awareness, but then you also take law into your own hands. You've got to, you just like they didn't. Okay, when the public schools went bad, you homeschool. When the government gets bad in the year 307 in France, you go to Saint Ignatius's monastery and live around there. So you've got to define marriage correctly and bring it in house.
Yeah. So, but that's my point is that's what I do as me as an individual. But what I'm saying is, how do we do this as a community, or as a society, as a state, as an organization of people, right? I guess maybe that's all you do is you just convince more and more people to do that, and you get enough people until it gains traction, perhaps.
I don't know about gaining. Yeah, you're right. Catholicism does take over, but the main thing for the here and now, we're talking right now rather than trying to solve everything for everybody. You can solve your deal today. know what marriage is. Find somebody
You
who
can solve your deal today on
for
Feral Apparel.
$9.95. That's all. That's all you got to pay me. So
Wait,
so-
wait, $9 and you solve my problem? Sounds good.
Yep.
What other problems do you
But
solve?
there are legal protections.
Every
You just have to
answer
know exactly
to
what
every
you want.
question.
the dictator is in. So, yes, everyone back in my generation, we just went into marriage blind. Okay, that's what everyone always did because the state and the church knew what it was. Today, the state and the church don't know what it is, so you can't go in blind, and you got to make sure she's on the same page. And if she fears God, it's a safe bet. 'Cause
I
she
see, says the blind man. as he
Everybody
picked up
knows
his hammer and saw.
you violate the contract, you're going to be living in a lake of fire. Are we cool
Oh,
with that? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what?
maybe you're on the edge. Like maybe you're with Aristotle. Like maybe you're like with those guys who was like, yeah, you weren't that bad, but
Limbo.
Pope making exceptions for
Do you
grave
guys know
reasons.
each other?
He's Mr. Salicast. You guys could be on Salicast too. It's a great
We're on
way
the
to clear your mind. Free your pretty much every other night. Is
wait a
Salicast.
second. You know
What?
these kids?
No. These I'm surprised these kids watch me, the old guy, but it's good. That's cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Get
That's
your
what I want.
Feral Apparel.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
by
need
the
a-
way,
if
I
you need a
do
suit-
sell custom suits. If anyone wants to dress up, I'm a custom tailor. That's my other here. I got here, see?
Mr. Farrell, I have a
You like
question.
that?
You make LARPing attire for trad LARPing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
He'll give you suits for the SSPX, and he'll
Now,
give you suits
I'm
for the
going
SSPB.
to let you guys
But
vamp
he'll
on your
give
own
you-
because I got to talk here. Here, look.
He also has Legolas armor.
Sorry.
You gotta
One of
start
the
selling
Kazakh
the
guys
car.
wants
Well,
to
my
draw
problem-
your
Do you know what?
my question is that you have a problem with the your
You know-
FSP priest obviously has a problem with the SSPX, but
Well,
I was
Gor-
wondering what's your thoughts on the SSPX annulment courts?
When Glorifindel fought the Belrog, he's got those suits as well.
No, not me.
Don't worry about it.
The
guys are all
SSPX
set.
have their own annulment courts.
They don't though. That's a false. That's just a
No,
lie.
they don't.
don't-
There's no
So they
authority.
battle knife everything.
Like
They have
like,
nothing.
They just
no
the
authority.
priest
There's
refused the annulment.
No, there's
before
they don't
it
got
was
jazz.
authority.
That's right. No authority. No annulment court. No nothing. It's like a little parallel church going on. You get married in FSSP or
It's not
excuse me,
parallel
SSPX,
because
whatever you want to call it.
The Vatican accepts their.
Okay,
whatever.
so you guys, there's somebody named James G. He's a real troublemaker. Just be careful, okay? If you're sensitive, plug your ears. Here comes James G.
Uh-oh.
James, you ball of fire,
Hey, he's not. This guy's
Huh?
like as lame as it comes. I love this guy.
Oh, we love you, man. Hey, love
Which
wins.
side are you on? Which side are you on?
That's
Tell
all-
me.
Move over, Brady Bunch. We got a lot.
He's lame in the greatest way.
You know what's funny though? There's
That
I love
outfit's
this
something
guy.
else, man.
we got no chicks, none.
It's because they're scared of annulment.
Oh
Isn't that
man,
scared of you?
Yeah.
no, you would think they love.
That's what you want to do. No, you want to scare the chicks. That's what you want to do.
Scare the chick.
You gotta keep your pimp hand strong. Like, come on.
James, are the wheels in your head turning?
Yes, I think I had a half-hour conversation with you earlier this summer.
Oh,
After your debates, where I think I was talking about how I had come to some similar thoughts on a lot of these, but more from the object, intention, circumstances of a moral act direction. And I was like, okay, the NFP seems inclined to always or almost always have a questionable intention. Like it seems that the problem lies in the intention. So, yeah.
Everything is in the intention.
right. Everything starts in the mind first, but then it's
Yeah.
what you do with it. So,
Yeah.
bottom line is, if you involve biology in your intention and you use biology incorrectly, you're violating it, and it doesn't matter how serious you're caught. Like you can't have an abortion no matter. Well, you can't kill your baby no matter what. You can't change the purpose of the conjugal act, no matter how serious the position is. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like intention is where it starts. Object and circumstances make something worse on top of that if those are also bad as well. But I mean, like everyone else is saying, it's just one of these issues.
Hold it. Incel man is getting like giggly up there. What's the problem? What's going on? Incel man, you.
We're having side conversations.
Okay, all right, no problem.
What's the
Sorry.
side combo? I am curious, man.
I'm gonna
What are you
dip out
guys?
my
Are you
phone
guys like in a
sometime.
dorm or something?
Wait a minute. Are you bike curious? Like, what's going on here?
Are you guys in a dorm? I'm curious what.
This is
Dude,
Catholic.
what have I walked into? Like, what's going on?
I can't even read these comments.
I'm
know.
curious. Are you guys like in a dorm or something?
Yeah.
Basically.
Grave reason is the same Moses line. Okay, I don't need to talk about that. Let's see. Let's look at this. The only way you can reconcile is to admit he dropped the ball harder with the letter to midwives, and he should have consulted moral theologians about the matter. Okay. The only way you can reconcile is admit he dropped the ball harder with the letter to midwives. Whatever. He can consult all. There's probably a lot of liberal moral theologians.
Look, Vatican I was never ended, which means Vatican II could never happen.
I think I've heard something like that. But Vatican II can happen as long as it's not binding, I guess. They did it. It happened. They showed up.
It wasn't binding.
I think Vatican I never got ended. It was supposed to keep going, but what happened? The French Revolution happened, or what was it? Not the French
Franco-Prussian
Revolution.
War happened.
The
and so
Russo-Prussian War.
French troops that were defending Rome, they were evacuated back to France so they could fight the Germans.
Oh, hey,
So
thank
the
you so
revolutionaries in
much,
Italy-
Greek shirt guy.
Evolution was pretend. Yeah.
That's the
Evolution.
big problem here. Is that there's always some small little crack that people latch onto, and they take the exception, even if it's not like I would consider it an exception, and then just make it the new standard and the new rule.
Turns out I don't want to look at women anymore because I have Greek words on my shirt. Oh,
Evolution's gay. NFP's gay.
evolution's gay, but I'd rather marry a reptile than a woman. Yay!
Well, I mean,
They're less scary.
evolution evolved for them as a heresy. So
So I'm curious, who's the groiper here?
Yeah,
What is
that's
the
what I wanna
groiper?
know.
Who's the groiper?
it's more of an ironic term.
It's racist.
Okay.
No, his mother's a groiper and his father's a.
No, I could
Well,
have
you know how groipers,
No. Mother said of the contest.
Oh, sorry.
groipers are like hope planers. They like Neurothodite. And
I'll put the
so
link on. We need some fresh meat.
What?
You guys are getting stale, like me.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out. My phone's dying. So, see ya.
Your
Thanks for
phone's
having me
done.
on.
That is really sad. That's really sad. Plus, you got homework, don't you? Is the school started
James.
already?
Yeah.
James,
Yeah,
you
but
got to
I'm
join
Labor
Silly
Day.
Cats. Come on.
Oh, that's right.
I was getting excited when you started mentioning all the other Catholic debates. But,
Well, I thought you were going to say you're excited when I mentioned reptile affection.
Getting married to a reptile.
I don't know, I feel-
Yes and no. Yes and no. You say you got excited about debates.
Yeah, well, some of the other things that have
we go.
come up that are interesting, like the like
James G is
crisis
actually pretty
type
cool.
ones.
You got to talk to this guy.
What were you saying? Sorry.
We're talking about how cool you are. But you started talking about debates, so I started talking about debates. So what debates are you in?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this was a solely NFP conversation, and I feel like
no.
I have my own view, which is mostly on the object, intention, circumstance thing, where it like could be okay, but most of the time there probably is some flaw in intention, and that's where things issues come from. But like the other interesting tangential conversations to me, because I don't feel like I understand your position well enough, were like the SSP, FSSP, all the student and all those. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you watched, but Saint Onan actually chimed in early on that he's actually in heaven, that God took him away not because he was spilling his seed on the ground, but because he loved his NFP so much he brought him to heaven.
And he repented at death. People don't
No,
know
he
that.
didn't repent. God loved the NFP so much
Oh,
that he went to heaven.
that's a
Did
new
you miss
wrinkle.
that, John?
Yeah, I
Farrell?
guess that would
That
make
is
sense.
so
If
true.
NFP is right.
I
Yeah.
didn't think about that. Also, hi
Good
Phil. I'm
point.
currently stream sniping this, Phil.
Okay, that's good.
Look, we have at least
Yeah.
a comment from Rosie. He reads too much into Pius XII midwife's letter. Rosie, if you're still around, why don't you? Oh, wait, Rosie is a guy anyway. This guy. He's a
I
guy.
thought Rosie was the robot
The Riveter?
lady that took care of the Jetsons' house.
Yes, you're right.
You were in the show.
Yeah.
So how do we? The current state of online Catholicism is pretty epic right now. I mean, there's
guy
a lot
really
of.
asking us what the hell's wrong with Phil.
So, did you guys hear me?
No, you got
Yeah,
it.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say the state of online Catholicism is actually kind of crushing it right now. Like, I think I saw some chart the other day that there's more Catholics coming into the church than there are left, and for like the first time in decades. I'm not sure that I believe that, but I think there's a positive sign. I've seen a lot of positive signs, at least in my own local community. Regardless, my point is to say, I think YouTube is a new avenue for opening people's minds, like you did for me. Watching your stuff, I'm kind of like, damn, this is what I felt all along. So I guess my thought is like, how do we get this and tack on to get it like replicated out? You need people creating articles. You need people like doing what you're doing. Probably more refined content is what we need too. So like we need somebody making that 10 to like 15 to 30 minute sweet spot videos with like really well-defined arguments, articulated questions, answers, rebuttals. Because like even your argument with Wagner, like I found his counter argument kind of weak, and I thought you did a good job of.
Yeah, Wagner's an idiot.
Yeah, I thought you did a really good job of countering it, but the problem is you did it in like a 2-hour video. That's not gonna.
And you know what?
No one's gonna watch that.
Nobody's gonna watch it. Nobody's gonna watch it. No offense, other than
just
people
like
who have
this
nothing better to
2-hour.
do. Yeah, exactly. Right. 32 people will watch this. So how do we get? We need somebody who is on board, who can refine those really nice quality videos to start that conversation and start putting.
I met some tech guy. He's using AI, and he's taking like everything I've said, and he's putting it on a website. He's telling AI to like synthesize everything, and he's putting it online.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, but I think
me. You?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
We need setting up content.
Well, I can
That's
produce.
what we need.
I can produce content, but I can't produce videos. I'm not like good at that.
So I'm trying to make this Brian Hollingsworth, whoever he is, that
Why?
video. His NFP video is like 9 minutes long or 14 minutes.
That dude's forehead makes everyone look
so
small.
I'm going to try to react and keep it like a similar amount of time. There's just so much you can talk. It's like once you start talking, it's like, oh, I guess the video's over now. It's kind of hard to do that, but yeah, I guess I can try to shorten it all up.
What you should do is like, I mean, you just do it and then you maybe chop it up and make it a little bit smaller. But really, what you should do is go through, create a script, create your arguments, and then go through it. And then
yes, please bore us to death. That's what
that's the way people do it on YouTube. That's the way, like that 10-minute demographic. There's people who will not watch video, won't click on it. It's like 70%. I forget what the exact statistic is, but 70% of people are not going to click on your video if it's longer than 10 minutes. It's something absurd like that.
Whoa.
The same amount of people who don't believe in the real presence. Yay!
Well, as far as people who are actually watching online content, you have a lot of people who are producing good quality Catholic content and are getting.
By the way, that statistic is wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm not. I made that totally off the top of my head. I told you.
I know. I was joking.
Yeah, but it is something like that. I don't remember what it off the top of my head.
It's not like that. No.
It is. I mean, it is something. I'm not.
No,
I'm not saying it's 70%.
No. The actual thing is that 60% believe in the real presence. And like you'll watch these people be like 60% don't believe in it. It's like, did you not read it?
No. I wasn't talking about that. I was saying like if your video is longer than 10 minutes, only like 70% of people are not going to click.
Only 70% of annulment proof will listen to you.
Look, I'm a solutions oriented guy. That's kind of one of the things I wanted to talk about was like
how do we take.
Look, what you're saying is true. I totally believe you. You've convinced me. How do you, we need to make this more palatable for a broad audience.
Well,
I can
to
do the
make-
online digital website thing that I'm working on, but you
okay.
know.
So to make a 10-minute, what do you call it?
It can be a little longer, but
to get a 20-minute Trent Horn quality video,
So
it's hard to get.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
What we have is 4 of us right now that go to the Novus Ordo, I believe, right?
I go primarily.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
What about you, James? Yeah.
Well, right now it's about 50-50. But
So like there's 4 of us that are like, okay, we'll go. Right? 100% of us. The question is why?
why?
Why we go?
To the Novus Ordo?
Because we're holding something, right? We're believing in something.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with solving?
Listen.
Because these are the solutions.
Wait. Let's read these comments. Let's get through these comments, and then I think we know what the solution is. I can try to make some 10-minute videos, and eventually you get better at editing and making stuff.
John, what is the final solution? Let's figure this out.
Dr. Strangelove, man. Did anyone else see what is this? Help me. Did anyone else see Introyobo? What the heck? Article on Casti Kanubi. It got me thinking about. I don't know who that is or what that is. So MKL.
That's Obi-Wan Kenobi's sister.
Okay, got it. Let's see. Casti-Wan Kenobi, you are last hope. Yes, sir. Okay. NFP is foreign families. That's right. It's murder. That's what it is. It's the devil's a murder from the beginning. Contraception is murder. NFP is family. Yes. Okay, hang on.
Look, hey, if you entitled this video "The Devil's Murder," how much more hits would you get?
I saw something. It says, "Don't count views, count uploads." That's why Silicast is going to take over the world because you guys.
That's right.
Yeah. First big hit was eugenics. Yep. Okay,
do you actually
fine.
have a stream that you do or YouTube channel?
Who?
You.
Yeah, it's called Jeremiah Bannister's. What was it? Paleocrat Dynasty. Whatever.
John in the mid-70s days, deep pop over pops. Okay, cool.
We're actually the meaning of Catholic. Timothy Flanders. That's our.
No, come on, man.
Meaning of Catholic.
Not worship me, Chris Davis. I don't get. Okay, New England ants. So there's a lot of people making comments, but they don't come on the show. That's what we want.
You know why they don't come on the show?
Oh,
They're
look
afraid.
at this. Pikachu, get off. Okay, you're off already. He's long gone.
Yeah.
Pikachu's now
I
we
don't
got
know what that's all
this.
about.
Yeah. I was watching. If it wasn't for side sedes, I would have never detransitioned. Oh, okay.
Ooh, Rosie.
Rosie.
I
What the
hope
heck,
you're-
man? I would have a
You're
bonfire
keeping
for
house
our
for the
field.
Jetsons pretty well.
Rosie, oh God, yeah, Rosie's big on this thing. I've seen numerous Catholic women married for decades with lots of kids and get their annulments. Why would I get married when I have zero rights, zero guarantees? Because you do
this
have
is an
rights
old
and
one.
guarantees, but you have to marry somebody who has the same idea.
You may have no rights and no guarantees in this life, but in the next, you're enemies.
Well, if you marry somebody
Yay.
who recognizes the guarantees.
Yeah, but
then-
how many Catholic women do it because they know they can do it? You know,
How
like
many
we're
Catholic
talking
women
about.
are there? That's the question.
Well, no, like how many Catholic women do it because they
Three.
know they can do it? Like the
One's your
deterrence
mom?
itself. Like how many Catholic women in the past just never conceived of divorcing anybody because it just wasn't a fact of life. It didn't. So
Yeah, there used to be like a statement that
even
divorce never,
murder maybe. Correct.
Like that was
Murder
the
sometimes,
real-
divorce
Yeah.
never.
Yeah.
And Chris Stefanik in the video I did recently, he said we have to remove the stigma from divorce. I guess, like I said, man, the infrastructure is there, but nobody. In other words, there's no cops at the station.
No.
So you've got to marry somebody that understands. They go to hell when they violate the contract, and the bishop isn't going to tell them. The bishop is going to tell them they're great.
we're talking the annulment proof whose wife is marrying someone who has a wife and kids.
Yep.
Like this is the world we live in.
So don't don't do what I did and just kind of thinking the priest is on your side and the bishop's on your side. No, they're enemies of marriage. The tribunal, the priest, the bishops, they're all your enemy on marriage. All of them. There might be one or two, but they're in the closet. They won't talk about it because of the bishop, man. So you have to take. We're in the Wild West. There ain't going to be no sheriff to call. You're the sheriff. You've got to marry somebody that wants to do God's law and understand they don't go to heaven if they don't. And you got to define the law per the definition before 1950 because it never changes. But that's what you got to dust that definition off. So there's no family planning.
Did you watch that Anthony Abate with Mario Dirksen? "Quote unquote" conversations of the debate.
I watched it for like 30 seconds and that's it.
So like Mario's like, if it was 1950, like you would be a Catholic, I'd be a Catholic, and we'd have no problem with each other. But you could actually take that to the Eastern Orthodox. If it was the year 900, you would be a Catholic, I'd be a Catholic, we'd have no problem with each other. Like this is, I don't know what.
Do I really have 666 subscribers?
I put it on X.
Yep. I think you're up to 67.
Oh, no. Somebody do something. Something.
I think I fixed that.
I'll unsubscribe for you.
Fix that.
No,
Wait, don't do that. That's going to make it.
Don't unsubscribe. You'll take it back to 666.
669 is what I'm seeing.
Oh,
nice.
That's close. I want to try to get more subscribers than the Uncharted Catholic Man YouTube channel.
By imitating Avoiding Babylon, you got 666 subscribers. There you go. Now you know their formula.
This Rosie dude, Rosie O'Kelly, who detransitioned.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you know who he is?
Yeah. I donated my breast tissue to him.
He's very good. Oh, man.
Your wife married you for your humor, I'm sure.
That's right.
All religions lead to God. Yikes.
Wait, so is that your actual website? Is the meaning of Catholic?
Yes.
No.
Cool, I'll check it out.
My name is.
No, anything that Phil says.
Okay,
is wrong.
okay. He's full of crap. Okay.
NFP is all about unitive love, dude. Yeah, that's right.
Rimothy Danders is my name.
Rimothy Danders. He was my first break into show business.
I know,
Rimothy
but you had to
Danders.
pay him so much, and then like he put a copyright strike against Salacast.
Does it affect you now?
Oh yeah.
At that point, you're no different from a Jew, basically saying they have caused 6 million, whatever.
Exactly.
This guy, Rosie the Riveter. What? God. Luckily, my wife stood by me till I came across. Oh, so look. So
Wait
here,
a second.
Boom. That's
Rosie turned into a girl, and then the wife didn't bail, apparently.
But doesn't
same
Rosie
Monica right there?
Maybe Rosie should come on. He's got so much to say.
What was the name of Byron or something?
Byron.
Are you sure Rosie's in Byron? He looks a lot like him. I think Byron is. He
may be transitioning himself.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Rosie. Yeah.
He might be Rosie himself. I see. She apparently went Protestant, and then he tried to be Protestant with her to keep the family together, but that's not going to work.
John,
that was before
this
he
may be
ground
too
his
personal
conscience.
for a live stream, but can I ask what the main cause for the annulment was? What was the reason, the one that's sticking or whatever?
He was a punk rocker, and he stopped being.
Sheena is a punk rocker. I'm incapable. I'm a caveman. I'm 1095-3, which is incapacity. I'm incapable of marriage. I'm incapable of interpersonal relationship.
Oh, okay.
Can't
so
you tell? You see how I am? I don't care about anybody but me.
So you're emotionally a caveman, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and I also said that husbands wear the pants, and that's not unitive. And because you have to be unitive, that's why it's equal partnership. So if you say, look, scripture says, wives be submissive, that's a violation right there. So she said 1095-2, I didn't realize what a complete freak he was when I got married. And so I want a do-over because
28 years later. 28 years later.
I just didn't know. That's exactly what it says. She says, she goes, love is blind. I did not let myself realize what I was actually doing. And you can watch the wedding video. So
After
that's
4 kids, 28 years later. she
okay. This
realized-
is where the word essential comes in. It's not about canon 1095 so much. It's what you define as the essence. So the essence of marriage went from biology to astronomy, theology, everything. So
astrology. Wait a minute. Was she a Capricorn, and you were an Aquarius? Is that what we're talking about?
That's an annullable offense right there. Yes, you've got to get your signs right. We did take a personality test in the beginning too, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys are flunking your personality test."
Yeah, you got to go on Facebook and find a personality test to take.
Oh, we didn't realize you were born in March. No,
It's never going to work
You can't
out.
marry this guy who was in February. Forget about this.
All right, buddy, don't call us Jews. So
that's been one of my biggest. I'm 36 and I've dated on and off, and even with Catholic women, like once I say, hey, I'm head of the household. I'm not into the complementarity thing. Like, hey, I expect you to follow my lead, and that's usually where they ghost. Not all the time, but sometimes.
All right, James Green, what do you got to say? Which side are you on? Tell me.
Are you talking about that stuff, or you're talking about this? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to take all this in because I still feel like I'm not fully getting your argument, John. There are some things here that I definitely agree with the effects we're seeing in culture, that there is a problem. How the exact cause of it and the exact dissection of NFP, I never fully think I understood, even though I do come to some
can I jump in on this one?
Similar, yeah.
So, everything has a purpose, right? At telos. So if the purpose of marriage is,
I think John's got a simpler explanation than that.
Well, I was just going off of what he was saying earlier, but if John, you want to go,
guys,
your stream.
I'm going to visit nature very briefly outside in the front lawn. So you guys take over. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
okay?
let me maybe
go ahead. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna take a stab at this one. Maybe it's wrong, but
I want to know why he's visiting nature in the front lawn and not in the toilet. Like, what's going on?
I'm wondering if there's an
He's
analogy.
gonna mark his space.
I'm wondering
Moving on rapidly. You were saying, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a good analogy for this, but if the telos is procreation, if that's the purpose of the marital act, and you're using it with the intent to circumvent the primary purpose, that is always going to have some sinfulness attached to it. I mean, Thomas Aquinas, talks about intent defining whether something is
it's always about intent.
And so, but if your intent is to circumvent the to get my sexy time,
but if
hold on,
you're
let
an
me
idiot,
just finish my sentence. If the intent,
if you're
is
an idiot, then any intent makes sense, right? So you'll never be held accountable for your intent if you're an idiot.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. Let me finish my statement. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to use the act itself to circumvent the primary purpose of the act, and you do it,
but you could only do it if you're ignorant of it, right? To not be liable for it.
Well, if you're saying if you're ignorant, then you're not liable.
Isn't that what you're saying? The intent?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying their intent explicitly, like Layla, whatever her face was on that podcast, she said, if I could choose, I would not have you. My intention was to have sex and not actually produce children. I'm circumventing the very primary purpose of the act.
But in her intent,
let me interrupt just a minute. I think there's plenty of room for more people to join. Because Phil, can't we have like 10 people on this thing if you want?
6. If you're doing the free.
All right, so there's room right now, and I put the link out there. Okay, continue. Sorry.
So yeah, that's all I'm saying is that's what makes it's sinful is you're using the act in such a way, just like onanism. You're using the act in such a way that
it's only sinful if you know that it's wrong.
No, that's only one of the ways that an act can be wrong because it's
not true.
Circumstances.
It's only mortally sinful. It's only mortally sinful.
But if Layla or Lila, whatever her name is, was taught that it's okay to have this intent, then it's okay for her to have that intent because she's ignorant in doing that intent.
Well, it doesn't make it mortally sinful if you're ignorant of it, but it still makes
There
it
you go.
sinful. It's still sinful. It's just not necessarily mortally sinful.
So why do you want to give people mortal sin?
So that they stop sinning in general. Sin.
Yeah, but
sin
they
begets
don't.
more sin.
No one's held against. It's not held against anyone. So whatever.
So, so we should not teach any kind of.
Right.
We should not teach anybody that sin is wrong.
Forget
at all.
about the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, we should just disregard them, throw them away.
Well, that's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding of what sin is to think that culpability is the only way that sin damages you. As Aquinas is also clear about, like, it's building habits within you and affecting your entire person. Any sin.
Yeah, but first you'd have to
No matter.
First
even
you'd have
know
knowledge
about
of Thomas Aquinas. Then you'd have to have knowledge of the intent. Like, this is
No.
done. Look,
No.
everyone knows that sins are wrong. That's all. You don't have to have all these stupid rules in place.
And
What
you don't-
about
I don't know how to take you, man. I'm sorry.
what
Sometimes you joke and sometimes you're not, so it's a little hard to
I'm sorry.
understand where
I'll
you're
go
coming
back
from.
to joking.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. So look what MK Ultra says. Marital debt is totally not understood these days. I think everyone would agree, but the reason why it's not is because, like I said, we have the right to unity now because nature is you. It's like you can a light switch. You can use your conjugal act for babies, or you can use it for flesh. Therefore, if you have the right, you call it unity.
Both
There's no
are
marital debt.
goods. Both are goods. According
Right,
to the,
right.
yeah.
So that's why this is why I keep saying I'm trying to get it through to the skater band, Timothy Gordon, that you there is no marital debt if you allow any NFP law. Marital debt's gone. It's gone. So this is why the basis of marriage disappears. Everything's gone unless you get this straight. So we lost. Now we got tons of room for whoever wants to show up.
No. Talk to James. James is a serious guy, unlike me. I'll leave. You two have a conversation.
Okay, I'll try to work James hard to get it out of him. James, are you working tomorrow? By the way.
No, I mean, well, yes, but not like our normal days. So yeah.
What's your day job?
Well, I just started working as a teacher. So tomorrow we don't have students in, but I need to plan out a couple more weeks of classes. So
are you a teacher at inner city 6th grade?
No, I'm not going to say too much detail for because the headmaster specifically doesn't want too much publicity connected. But I work at I don't know how to describe it without being too vague or too general.
In other words, you're not really allowed to talk. You don't want to talk about everything you do at school and which school and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. But I do mathematics primarily. And
I was going to say, yeah, you don't look like the teacher who teaches downtown Baltimore with a bunch of welfare kids. That's just
we have a big range of people, but it's an interesting place. But I think that
yes,
it emphasizes order a lot. So a lot of my role is
you've
order.
seen those YouTube videos, kids getting like crazy with the teachers, and some 6th graders are big, and they're from families where everyone screams and beats each other up.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep that from happening in the classroom. I mean, I haven't had anything that big yet, but like 2.5 weeks ago was the first experience I had of what a school even brick and mortar school even is. It's my first day.
All right.
But so, yeah, I'm sorry, that's way off from your topic here.
So, do you disagree with me on anything?
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I think I came years ago when I studied some of these documents to the belief that there is very, very often a problem with NFP. But I think I don't say it in the same all or nothing.
And why?
Because I think the problem to me, and I could read what I wrote to summarize this in my notes a couple of years ago, but I'm like, it's a sin from the realm of intention. Like the sin that very often happens in NFP is lust, lack of charity, lack of chastity. and that is a sin in the realm of intention. It is, of course, connected to a particular act, but the act in itself, sorry, I should probably back step a little bit from there. That is all to say that, sorry. Could you repeat your question? I apologize. Yeah.
I'm just going to give you a new question.
Yeah.
What is the purpose of the conjugal act while timing it with NFP? What is the purpose of it?
Well, that is in question, because I think
no, there's an answer to it. Why would you do the conjugal act while trying to not get pregnant?
That to me demonstrates that it is probably for selfish, unchaste intention. Probably.
Okay. All right. So therefore, that's why I say it's black and white. So being unchaste isn't. You can't. There's no way to call being unchastity nature.
That you're saying that is not nature. That was okay.
Correct.
Okay, because that's something that only a rational being could choose to violate nature and violate.
Right. Animals don't violate nature, but people do when they use the conjugal act to not serve its natural purpose.
Yeah.
So they're manipulating it so that they can bypass nature. That's all it is. There's 18 different ways to do it. Some are more natural than others, but it doesn't make any difference in the end because of the telos.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not getting the idea here of violation of nature, because I rest all of my understanding of moral theology came from it's all about object, intention, circumstances, and something is wrong if any one of those three is wrong.
What's this? Yeah, object, intent, circumstance. Okay, the object of the conjugal act is what?
That is that thing which you are doing. That
right. What is what is the end? What is the end of the conjugal act? What is the natural end?
Well, okay. The natural end is procreation.
You said the P word. That's right. Is there anything else you want to add to that? Is there any other natural ends? No, not that there's no other natural ends.
So this might be where because this is, of course, this is from who you're probably not liking, but Paul sits in Humani Vitae. The thing that seemed to make the most sense is you cannot separate. To be honest, I don't understand. Having listened to you, I don't feel like I understand the unitive thing at all. But it seems that you do have an issue if you focus as a rational being merely on procreative, like that gets you to error on the other end as well. If you only emphasize procreation as an end only in itself, that's where you get IVF and all of the other evils that come there, where people try to
I see what you're saying.
So biological things for that reason only, which is why the middle term of procreation and unitive, even though I admit
is unity the nature of the act, or is unity a purpose?
Is unity to be honest, I am. This is why I wish Gensinger would come on. He has thought a lot deeper about a lot of this.
I can help you out real quick.
Yeah.
Unity is, the legal definition of unity is exclusivity in marriage, but they're saying unity is they're using it as a purpose of the conjugal act. That's what they're doing. They're saying that we need to feel bonded and loving and stuff. It's just another way of saying flesh. So there's only one institutional natural purpose that makes the conjugal act licit.
Yeah.
And that's procreation. That's the only purpose you can pursue. You can't call another purpose natural. That's why it's black and white. So Paul VI, sorry to interrupt you. Paul VI realized he created this problem. He's trying to deal with how do we keep NFP good and contraception bad. That's why he had the Birth Control Commission. Then he started walking the halls of the Vatican, shaking his head like, "What have I done, man?" Because he never did another encyclical after Humani Vitae. He came out in 1976 to the Roman Rota, and he said, "Love is independent of marriage." That's what he said. Because he's a PhD in canon law. The guy knows it, and he tried to put the toothpaste back in the tube, but it was too late. So, shoots. I gotta tell this person to call me later. Please text me. Okay, so that's why it's black. It's got to be black and white. Otherwise, NFP, just like abortion, is up to your discernment. It's either natural or it's not. Avoiding babies is natural or it's not. Manipulating nature to not have babies is natural or it's not. That's the question.
Well, that's why I'm really curious in the reverse side of this question, because when I was discussing this in college with some of my friends 3 years ago, we came to the opposite conclusion. We were speculating. We were like, what if the only completely obvious positive purpose, we took things to the extreme. Then we were thinking, okay, what if NFP is good if it is used for the purpose of seeking procreation, which I think someone brought up an hour ago.
Totally different question. Let's go through some of these chats real quick. Okay. Yeah. What do you think about the avoidant spouse that leaves for a night or two and is not at home or locked in a room and therefore refuses to fulfill the marital debt because it's impossible to talk? Well, that's a violation of the marital debt. So what you do at that point is you can't call the marital debt police, but you use Canon 221 to have an ecclesiastical trial. Canon Law 221 says you have rights, and if you can vindicate those rights and defend them. Therefore, if some spouse says, I'll go to trial, and that spouse says, I'm not doing no marital debt, then they get denied communion. That is Catholic. That's what we have to do. But when you say I have the right to unity, then you say there's no marital debt, there's nothing to talk about. You guys go home and have counseling and roast marshmallows and talk about your feelings and do foot rubs. Let's go to the next thing right here. Girls tend to pick first. That happened to me and my buds. Got married at 23. That's right. Usually it's the girl who gets the things started. Guys can initiate, but she's the one who kind of says, let's get this going. We got it because we got to get through these comments. What did Denzinger do? One thing Denzinger did not do is come on the show. He's trolling you because he knows the advice would be horrible. Okay. Whatever else that might be is not any of the exceptions to the marital that refusing. Okay. Let's keep going. So yeah, it's if it's not black and white, if NFP is nature, there's nothing to talk about. Just like Bible verses, if there's no Pope, there's nothing to talk about. You've got your Bible, I've got my Bible. Let's just try to get along. In God we trust. We can't define God. There's no definition. It's whatever you feel. You're discerning, I'm discerning. Let's all discern together, but we're not going to judge anything. There's nothing objective. Okay.
Well, I think that is where, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your comments, that is probably where I disagree, because it seems to lie not as an act itself, but as the calculated omission of an act. And the calculated omission of an act seems to lie far more in circumstances and intention.
Can you say that? Can you say that? Can you give me that in like super Walmart caveman idiot speak?
Sorry, and I'm half asleep as well. But since NFP is not a specific act in itself, it is purposefully
a non-act. You're saying NFP is
purposefully a non-act. It's more of like a plan that you're doing on.
Okay, so you're saying NFP
on a calculator.
It doesn't violate nature because it's not doing anything. That's what you're saying.
Well, but I think any issues with it lie not in the spectrum, not on the category of object, but they lie on the category of circumstances and intention, which is why it might be mushy.
The problem. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Planning is an action. Planning
it's a separate action that
So
that decides what you will do and not do.
Correct. So when you start planning and you're planning with a goal to thwart the purpose.
Yeah.
So there it is right there.
Which seems to be intention. Sorry.
So you're using your intention. It's like I am intending to go shoot up a school. That's not good. But if I actually grab the gun and do it, that's also not good. But it's like the physical. So that's why Cassidy Kanubi 108 says NFP is perfecting the art of sinning in a subtle way. So you're like, we're not doing anything wrong. We're just not doing anything. No, you are. You're purposely planning to avoid nature. You don't want the responsibility. You want the act, but you don't want the responsibility of what comes with the act. That's all that family planning is.
Well, the issue is, I think I could agree with that there is a sinful intention in all types of place, but at the risk of sounding hyper-Augustinian, that happens to probably everyone, regardless of what calculating and NFPing they're doing on paper. Like, there's going to be a spectrum of unchastity in people's minds and intention that are that same thing. Like, even if they're not doing a full calculated out on paper, I'm not sure how it all works. I know people who taught all this, so like I've heard a bunch of words associated with it, but it's like charts and thermometers and things. And I'm like, even if they're not doing that, there's probably some sort of subtle thoughts in minds that maybe by your definition could be doing NFP. Even if they're not doing the specific thing, they're thinking about it.
All right. So bottom line is using NFP in accord with nature.
I'm sorry, I might not be understanding that.
All right. So if you look at let's see if we can find it here. Let's go to we'll go to Casti Kanubi. And check it out real quick. Let's see. Here we go. Share this tab. How do we present?
ISC 11. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I'm going to go to my notes on it too.
Yeah. So we'll go down to Casti Kanubi, and then we'll go to. We're trying to find if it's natural or not. So 50. I think it's 54.
Yeah.
Right here. Okay. No reason, however grave, may be put forward by which anything intrinsically against nature may become conformable to nature and morally good. So it then says, since therefore the conjugal act is destined primarily by nature for the begetting of children, those who exercising it deliberately frustrate its natural power and purpose, sin against nature. So this is why I asked you the question, what is the purpose of the conjugal act?
The procreation, at least.
No, there's only one purpose there, because the contract of marriage is for right over the body for acts suitable for the generation of children. At least, no, generation of children, open and shut case.
Yeah, but I agree that is the issue. Issue being just if you. Sorry, I have been thinking.
All right, no problem. This is why it's good to do this in writing so that you can think about what you're going to say. And if you do you ever watch me on YouTube?
I watched one or two videos that go right after I talked to you.
What is your YouTube name?
Me?
James G. Is that what it says?
James Green. Well,
okay, fine. Do me a favor.
Yeah, I'll send.
Be devil's advocate. Why don't you tear it up on any of my YouTube videos so that we can figure this out straight, okay? Rather than kind of like, hem and haw here on vocally. Just it's in writing is where it gets done.
Yeah. Do you have this in writing as well? We know you have a.
Yeah. I have show notes on every video plus more. So
it summarizes your argument.
Basically, there's so many arguments and there's so many quotes. It's like really long, but I try to be blunt and basic. Otherwise, we can talk for hours and everyone glazes over because it's like this is too hard. I need something a soundbite, or I can't handle it. So this is it. Conjugal act is for babies. The NFP conjugal act is not for babies. It violates nature. Case closed. That's all there is to it. No one wants to admit that, and they spin it all over the place but you have to try to clean up the mess and show them. Let's look at some more. Let's look at some more comments here. Yeah, do you know Deuterocanonical? You ever heard of that guy?
Yeah,
he's a nice dude, but yeah, he's kind of part of the mainstreaming on some of the. If you're in NFP is modernism, SSPX doesn't matter what. Okay, this mom I know. Let's see. We're almost done. Oh no, we got a lot more comments here. It's hard to do all these comments. What about a husband who picks fights with his wife in front of the kids and drags them into every fight every single time? That's bad. That's really bad. So what happens, the mom I know, when that starts to go on, you have to do what I think it's Sirach and says, which is if your spouse is giving you a super hard time, you've got to cut it. You don't just sit there and take it as much as you can. I mean, you do need to step up and get out of the deal, but then you have to take your separation to due process. You don't get to just decide and discern on your own. I've done lots of videos about that. So when that arguing in front of the kids is really bad, and people use kids as body armor, and they use that because they know that you're it's really narcissistic bad stuff, and they know you're vulnerable, so you can't fight. It's like, like hostages will grab a kid and hold him around the neck and put the gun in their head and said, give me the money. That's all that's going on there. You have to get out of that situation, but you also have to bring the church into it, called separation court. You can talk to me more about that, but otherwise you got nothing. You got marriage counseling, and you have civil divorce, and you have annulment, and it's all garbage. You've got to get marriage right. You have to know your rights and what the church teaches on separation, which is the main reason we're here doing this talk. Is NFP guts the legal basis of marriage. So you have no rights. Nobody is right. Nobody is wrong. Everything just happens or doesn't happen. Nicey nice. Okay. Keep going. Next comment. Meet her mom and sisters before you consider going further. You can tell. Yeah, that helps. But still, sometimes it's you just never know. But again, if you identify the contract and get it out there first. So let's see. James G, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
25.
25. Wow. Okay. So, yeah. Like they say, it'll happen. Now, we actually have some fresh meat. Are you ready, James G?
What does that mean?
Cayuga, fresh meat. Hopefully he has a camera. Are you there? Cayuga Medical. Come in. Where's this guy? I clicked on him.
It says audio only.
All right. Well, speak up, Cayuga, or forever hold your corn and peas. Hello. Never mind. We're going to wait for him to cheer up, whatever's going on. I clicked on him. He's on there. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe his mic's goofed up. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. What if the woman is born with a burqa? Ha ha ha. Born with a burqa sounds like a great name for a song.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm still having camera trouble, but my mic does seem to be working.
See if you could. That would be really cool if you can get your camera going too.
I will work on that.
All right. Well, at least we can hear you. So, are you in you're not in New Zealand, obviously. Are you? And you're not in Oklahoma. Let me guess. You're in California.
Really close and really far.
Hawaii?
I'm in a state that's really like California, but is nowhere near it.
Oh boy. Man. Okay. I that's there's some funny game on YouTube where they take a picture of a city and then you have to guess what it is. It's kind of fun to try that, but I haven't done that game in a while. So we can put Denziger on too, because he's waiting. But Denziger, did you no camera for you either?
Yeah, I'm not in a position to do that right now.
Not in a position. Okay. All right. No, so Denziger, hold your powder there a second.
Sure thing.
Cayuga. Tell if you got a few brainwaves happening over there.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What's his name?
I'm at a really I'm at a really Walmart level brainwave right now, but I can hang.
Okay, that's fine. That's kind of my language. Sorry, because the whole like super smarty pants big word thing I can't do as well. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, me neither. Me neither.
So you called in because you were thinking about something, I suppose.
I'm just kind of
hanging out.
I'm kind of here to be moral support for James, because I kind of have some of the.
All right. So when we're talking and something will occur to you. So Denzinger, are you chomping at the bit, or you just want to vibe?
I'm whichever way you want to go. I'm fine with you.
Okay. So let's look at a couple more comments because we've got to plow through these. And then
there's a lot of comments you got to get through. I'm not gonna lie.
It's hard to do this. I look at who is it? Christian Wagner. I mean, he does the show and then he reads the comments. It's not easy. You got to keep your brain working. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, you're like an hour behind.
Am I really?
It's
all right,
bad.
James. We got a new James. Wait a minute. I don't know what's going on.
What is this?
I've seen this before. All right. This is distracting us from our thing.
Yeah, let's get to these comments.
All right. Bravo to the Seeds trolling this guy. Too funny. Okay. Unfortunately, a form of NFP and just straight out of birth control is straight out of Compton is permitted in both Sunni and Shia sects. The Muslims are not based on this display. Okay. EMJ is big on NFP. EMJ let me down. He did. Oh, brother. That looks like it's in Ireland somewhere. Or yeah. Nice. Okay. That's funny. Okay.
Enough distraction. Let's go.
Marriage is not defined in the Novus Ordo religion for sure. Well, that's a one way of putting it, but yeah, it's not. You're right. It's not defined because defined has borders. It's open and shut. It's done. If you call love the definition of marriage, there's no end to love. Love is infinite because God is infinite. Hang on. John's favorite snack is Nature Valley bars. Oh, those are not natural at all. Nature Valley bars give you cancer early. Marriage is best defined in Roman Catechism of Trent. The form and matter of ministers are bride and groom. The church added a priest as a witness much later. I don't know when they added the priest as a witness. I thought all this governing of marriage started like the clandestine marriages, like in the 1100s. You get a new wife in each town, and they started saying no, time out on that.
I thought it was always different in the East, with it's seen as the priest being the minister.
That is right.
Marriage, I think I heard. Yeah.
The church did have eunuchs up to 1800s. They were valued in schola and college. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not real up on eunuch lore or whatever. Yeah.
Nor should you be.
Calling Christopher West a gooner is calumny. If you don't know what calumny is, hop off the call.
So true.
Love is charity, not feelings. Well, fine. Even if it's charity, the church knows this stuff, but JF seems to get really stuck on this. Like I said, man, it's the institution of marriage is bound by nature. So, Denziger, you're saying that charity is nature. Is that right?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, so the institution of marriage is a natural institution. And
it was. It has been elevated to a sacrament, yeah.
Okay, but it's still a natural institution, but it's a
sacrament.
It's an office of nature.
There are natural marriages, but there are also sacramental marriages, yes.
Okay, fine. But all marriages, every marriage that's ever existed is an office of nature. There can be sacramental marriages and natural marriages, but they're all natural and they're bound by nature. This is the problem. There was never anybody saying anything about charity in the contract before Vatican II. Didn't exist. This is why we have the crisis in marriage today, because if you can't define it, you can't consent to it, nor can you have any justice or law, because if I say you like that hamburger and you say I did not, I can't take you to court. You have to like it. What does like it mean? no one can. There's nothing there. That's my point. But people are ideologically so bent on the status quo and the NFP and everything that goes with it. They're just not going to admit. You can lead the horse to water. They're just not going to admit it. Do you disagree vehemently with what I'm saying?
I'm not quite sure what point you're trying to make, but yeah.
I'm trying to say that the institution of marriage, institution is an important word. It is the structure of marriage, the legal, natural structure is finite, defined, meaning it doesn't change and it's not infinite. And that's why biology is finite. Charity is not finite.
So would you say that marriage before Jesus Christ instituted it as a sacrament and after are the same exact thing in every way?
Yeah, from the beginning, it was not so. From the beginning, marriage existed from the beginning, has not changed in the slightest. From the beginning, but because there was no grace back then, and everyone was tipping their wife off a cliff to get the new model, Moses kind of said, "Hey, you can divorce because we're sick of cleaning up all these smashed up women at the bottom of the cliff. It's not cool, and we know you guys are going to keep doing that. So we'll let you divorce, okay?" But Jesus comes and says, "No more of that. We have grace now. Forget it." Does that answer your question?
You answered it at the beginning, yeah.
Okay. The only thing aside from kids and family is to get your spouse to heaven. Doesn't sound bad. I don't know if that's an ironclad statement, but
yeah, well, that doesn't sound like nature, according to you.
Correct. Getting your kids and family to heaven. Okay, so two Zoroastrian Satanists or whatever don't want to do that, but they're still marriage is still binding till death, and it's a natural contract. It just is what it is. No one gets to decide what it is. Anyone who enters the contract can't change it. It is what it is. And if it's not bound by nature, it's not bound by anything, and anyone can define it. So therefore, marriage becomes subjective. And if it's privately subjective, I can say you're not capable of marriage. Just like Denzinger, you're not capable of civil discourse. You know how I know that? Because I've judged you, and I've decided after discernment, prayerful discernment, that you and James G are not capable of civil discourse. Look at you right now. You're mocking me, and I think you guys are incapable of being on this stream and having a serious conversation. You're not capable, and therefore you're invalid, and you're never going to be on streaming because you're not capable. Because I've judged that, and that's my decision. But obviously, legally, you are because you clicked on it and you're on, okay? It's like that basic. So marriage is something that everyone looks at and says, yes, I will say I do to these defined rights bound by nature. The whole thing blows up when you start adding the feminist legal definition of she's got to feel the love, dude.
Yeah. So, John, do you think the end of marriage and the end of the marital act are the same thing?
I guess so. The end of marriage, yes. The end of marriage is
solely procreation and has nothing to do with actually raising children.
Well, the end of marriage is procreation, education. The end of the conjugal act is procreation.
So wouldn't the education have to do with getting your spouse and kids to heaven? Proper education would be Catholic education, right?
Yeah, forming your kids in the faith. Otherwise, you're just creating more hell spawn. That's all you're doing because of original sin.
Yeah.
So yeah, the education, but that means you will do you will agree to raise them Catholic and to try to do, but you have to just agree to that. But is there a perfect parent out there that absolutely educates? No, they don't exist.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's the same thing with if you say, is there someone who is capable and exercises Trinitarian love? 100%, a total gift of self? Nope, nobody on the planet. That's why annulment is on demand. Once you start taking a finite, enclosed, defined, natural contract, and you break it open to the entire, to the stratosphere of love, there's, you own a
but,
house.
But
with a
would
property.
you say that the education of children part is it an essential part of marriage? Is it in the contract? Is it neither? Is it both?
It is essential. It's part of the essence. The education of
Okay.
children is the as essence of marriage. If you do not educate your children, it's not valid. If you don't agree to educate your children, not valid, because you're just, like I said, you're creating citizens for hell. Denzinger is too prideful to listen to Casti Juan Kanubi.
I've read the whole document and I agree with everything in it.
I think it was Lila Lawler who wrote a book about Casti Kanubi. Do you know who she is, Lila Lawler?
I don't think I recognize the name.
All right,
James,
so she blocked me eventually because I kept asking her about this NFP stuff and she just like wouldn't respond. I asked her several questions and like blocked.
I'm confused. A lot of people are fighting with her recently. Like, I think Chris Jackson just went up against and wrote against her. I'm not sure that, but yeah, I vaguely know Phil Lawler. I know a little better.
Phil's the lawyer, yeah. So if you say NFP is intrinsically evil, you're basically in public. Your name is mud. It's like nobody's gonna want, and especially for girls, it's really hard. Not all. There's a few females that get it, but for the most part, they don't like it. It doesn't work. They don't want this. Am I just a baby factory and I have to have 17 kids when my abusive husband does what he wants to know? This is kind of, they want this higher ground of this JP2 stuff. And it all sounds so good, but you're destroying. It's like, you know what? There's a ton of people starving to death on the Mexican border. Can't we just let them in? God is love. God doesn't respect borders. We need to have, just let them all in. So with good intentions, you end up destroying the country. Okay. If you have open borders marriage, you've destroyed the institution thereof. That's all that's going on. This is why when Trump goes down to the border and says, we're closing the border, everyone's like, all the bishops are like, you're bad, you're terrible, you're going to hurt everybody, this isn't Christ-like, whatever.
Yeah, so John Winky, when you were referring to NFE as intrinsically evil, what do you mean by that?
It's against nature. It's intrinsically evil because it's not conformable to nature. Right here, no reason, however grave, may be put forward by which anything intrinsically against nature. So we don't want to talk about like what's moral or what's just. It's just nature. So if it's not anything intrinsically against nature cannot be conformable to nature and morally good. Okay, so he's like, yeah, if something is natural, if something is against nature, you can't say it is natural. But the reason why the contraception is against nature is because it violates the purpose of the conjugal act. Since, therefore, the conjugal act is destined primarily by nature for the begetting of children, those who in exercising it deliberately frustrate the natural power and purpose sin against nature. So
you're saying intrinsically evil is just against nature. Okay, I just wanted to know that.
Yes. So it's all, the battleground is the purpose of the conjugal act. And if the purpose of the conjugal act is something other than nature, then you're not violating. There's nothing you can do to violate. You can just, that's why they contraception, gay marriage, whatever you want, man, because nature is no longer defined by biology. So it's anything you want. And I was doing let me see if I can find it. Let me see, recent. I got the Latin version of this. It's pretty cool. It's up here somewhere. A shoulder wound. Hang on. I got Brian Holdsworth. There we go. Let's click on that. Share this tab instead. This is the Latin version stuff. There's more. I took the Casti Kanubi here it is, the Latin version. They just totally nail it down. You can't escape it on here. But I'm going to, rather than doing it here, I'm going to slow down and get it on my Brian Holdsworth video that he does. Are you familiar with that video?
I saw that it came out. I didn't watch it, but I saw it. Yeah.
Okay. So it goes by really fast, and he just says a mouthful on there. And I'm going to kind of work on that. So Denzinger, you argue with me a lot on the Discord group, don't you?
Not recently, no.
Oh, I thought that was you. Maybe it's
No.
a Discord. They're going crazy over there, man.
Yeah. There's a few people in there. We spoke a while ago. I don't know how long ago it was now, but no, I haven't been in there recently.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it. I wish I could find it. There it is. There it is. There it is right there. This one. Share this tab instead. I'll turn on the volume. This one.
In love, and we knew that nothing would prevent us from making eternal vows of constancy to one another.
So it's like if you
but there was this
jump forward a little bit.
Couple or one member of the couple gives for doing so as legitimate according to their own conscience and their own prudential judgment. And I would say both of those extremes are incorrect.
So let's back up here real quick. This is where he gets
fully adopted this idea in great doctors like St. Thomas Aquinas that virtue, helpful first step in discerning any moral question, especially
check up on some comments.
Ones, is by examining the rival extremes that make it a
So he leads off with the first thing. It's like it's an extreme. You can have some people who are really against NFP and some people are really for NFP, and we have to be somewhere in the middle. But his premise is wrong. No reason to go into this now. It's got to be done.
Yeah, I'm waiting for your video.
Carefully.
Yeah.
Got to be done carefully.
You got to make it a short response too. You got to get the clicks.
Well, in some ways I don't care about the clicks, but in some ways I do because I want more people to see it. It's because trying to get the message over the wall is not easy, and I'm going to just try to really make an ironclad case that's very compelling and short to combat what he just said. And it's not easy, but I don't know who else is going to do it anyway.
Good approach. Yeah.
Let's go for some. Let's
comments.
some more
Yeah.
comments. Okay. Great way. I think it's a good joke. Okay. Show. Hang on. Okay. There's just a mass fit, sterile. Go to Feral Apparel. Anyone wants a suit? We can get him a suit. Feral's in peril.
How fast could you get me a suit?
Not that fast. People call me a lot and they're like, hey, I have a wedding in 3 weeks. I'm like, don't do that, man. That's like heart attack rush. No, just let it happen. Especially after COVID, it's slower, but maybe a month. I like to say 2 months.
What if I got 6 weeks?
That's what? What's going on?
Wedding.
Oh, wow, shoot, dude. It's still gonna be a little bit tough. It's doable, but I mean, 6 weeks. Then we'd have to get the measurements. We'd have to get on it Tuesday morning, hardcore.
I'll let you know by Tuesday morning.
And you got to give me
hard.
It's like hard. The normal price is probably $1,100. So give me $800 or something, and then we'll get those measurements and we'll make the suit and I'll have it sent straight to you. But you have no suit and you've got a wedding. Is that right?
Kind of. Yeah.
Are you in the wedding?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, it's just better to not get something else or rig some other sport coat or just something. But maybe 6 weeks. Anyway, I know there's always SSPX, if they have tribunals, they're not, there's no authority there. There's nothing. Aspects, what? Okay. Whatever.
Facts.
A bunch of, okay. Look at this. And
terms of service that they make them
whatever.
Roman is going crazy. I'm glad someone got in
James
the way
G
of
has
that.
that effect on people. Novus Ordo is its own religion. They have no authority either. Yeah. Well, no,
You had a lot of sedes in here.
I know. No, nig.
yo, Mr. Farrell.
Nig. Nice. Okay. Anyway, nig. Okay.
Go.
I'm about to dust off my camera and get extremely NFP-tistic on here. All right, BizCath Peter, whatever, bro. I'll give you the link. Go, that's funny.
That was probably a while ago, but yeah, that's a great dust off.
None of these people understand the 3 fonts of morality. What are the 3 fonts of morality?
Object, intention, circumstances. So object, the thing itself that you're doing, intention, circumstances surrounding it.
What makes you think people don't understand that?
Because they're sedes.
Oh, that was a while ago when there were like 6 people in there, and yeah, they did not seem to understand. They were talking about it, and they didn't seem to understand what it was.
Yeah, Phil is not a dummy. He also is good at calling out stuff that's goofy, he'll just blur it right out. He's like, no, this is totally wrong, or this he's not afraid to kind of, not that he's not afraid, he spots fake arguments really fast and he just pours cold water on it right away. Let's see what else we got.
Phil's
there's a
the
lot of
other guy
comments.
on Michael's channel on the City Picante. It's Michael and then Phil. So I talked to Michael 2 weeks ago. And then Phil was the guy who you had here.
Okay, yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that okay? I'm trying to figure that out.
NFP is like playing baseball, but you intentionally strike out. But sometimes you screw up and hit a home run. That's pretty good. There's no analogy that works great, but yeah, you could think about that. You're like getting up to bat, and you're like, I'm not doing anything unnatural with my bat. I'm just missing the ball. What's wrong with that? I'm not doing anything. I'm up here with my uniform, swinging the bat, and sometimes, though, I do hit a home
You're
run.
doing well, that's sophistry. You're doing sophistry in your mind. That's why it's an error of intention. If they're doing that on purpose.
Okay, so yes, if the natural purpose of baseball is to hit the ball, and it's a violation to not do that, I guess you get fired from the team. That's why all these analogies don't work. Let me see what else we got. Jews. Here's another Denzinger. I don't know how long ago this was. This was 8 o'clock. Okay. Intention is the object is the essential. Okay, cool. Role playing. If you reject an ecumenical council, stop role playing as a Catholic.
Real.
So what is reject? In other words, Vatican II, no one believes that it never happened. People did show up physically and they talked and they did churchy looking things. You know what I mean? It's an ecumenical council for sure. But at the end, the Pope says it's not binding. Isn't that what he said?
That it's only a pastoral council.
Yeah. And unless something, I want to find my meme here. Unless something is, he says, unless it's definitely defined, then it's not. And that's it. He's like, I'm the Pope, and I'm letting you guys know that we never said Simon says, so it's not binding the faith and morals in here. That's it. That's all that happened.
So you think you can reject parts of Vatican II?
No one can reject any part of Vatican II.
Right.
But if it's not binding and it contradicts the faith, then you have to go with the faith. In other words, if Vatican II says 2 + 2 is 5, it's not binding. I'm not, I know
2 + 2 is 5 is not a matter of faith. Do you think Vatican II contradicts the faith?
Of course, because it says marriage is a love contract, and it says that it all the catechism and all the new canon law is Vatican II put into law, and it says stuff like the way to Vatican II changed the legal definition of consummation. It's changed. It's not consummation is not what you think it is. It's no longer merely biology. It's qualitative. You have to consummate really good, or you can't consummate. That's why your marriage is invalid if you can't consummate good. So your spouse can say,
talk about how well you can swing that thing, bro.
Yeah, right. So
real.
So that's why they got together and they tried to inject some love into the deal, but they're like, by the way, we're just playing here. This is all our nice thoughts, our pastoral thoughts, but it's not binding doctrine or dogma. Otherwise, we have a pope saying 2 + 2 is 5, and that's infallible. And the last pope said it's 4, and that's infallible. There's no problem. That's so you either have to have no pope like Sede, or you have to have no binding Vatican II. Those are your only options. And Sede is not an option because you have to have a pope. So, the Pope came out and said, I'm giving you a really good hint here, guys. It's not binding. Hello, look at me. I'm the Pope. I'm saying it. And
John, I got a hard out in 10 minutes, but someone right now is asking if you're pro NFP or anti annulment or pro annulment. They said they can't figure out from looking at your channel.
Oh, well, I guess you could say both, because annulment or nullity is real. People do get married invalidly, so it's real. But it's been, once you blow the lid off the definition of consent to mean anything and everything you could possibly think of in the entire universe times 100, then anyone can get an annulment based on, in other words, if the dartboard is 800 miles wide, you can't miss. And so anyone can get the annulment. They're on demand, if that answers your question. So I'm anti-McNullment. I call them McNullments. You could just, any of you guys get married, any of you can get the annulment. You just got to go to the tribunal and lean on the door, and you fall in, and they stamp an annulment on your forehead, and they change your baptismal certificate. That's what happens.
can
You gotta
never
wait in
annul my
line for a
marriage,
couple
no
years
matter
first.
how hard they try.
Oh, e-girl. Who gets a better discount? Oh, e-girl Grover. Sorry. I'm only role-playing. Okay. Let me be completely honest with this, y'all. Gooner should not call NFP evolution gay ever. I don't quite understand that.
It was referencing the guys that were here forever
okay.
ago.
Let me be honest with you. Yeah. Okay. Cutting to telecast time. Yeah, that's right. Telecast was going. Okay, yeah. So he's it's when I first did the stream, a whole bunch of Celicast guys came in, and they just it gets crazy. You can't really talk about anything. You just have to basically giggle and make no sense.
What is Celicast?
Selah is a word in the Bible which means to pause and reflect. And hang on, someone wants me to text them. YouTube comments. Let's work again back to speed. Close out comments. Thank you. Okay. I don't know who this person is. So Celicast, they stream like every other night, and they just goof off. And they'll put you on their stream anytime, and they'll talk. They go through my video. They react to my videos a lot and other people's, but they're pretty funny, and they just joke around a ton. So they're half Sede, half everyone else, and they just bother everybody and make jokes. So you have to have like totally thick skin if you want to get on there, and you just get absolutely raked. But you can subscribe to Celicast, and you can join them anytime you want, because every night they're on, they just do this for like hours.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are serious. I had a 3-hour series conversations with Michael, but like their main thing is doing puppets and making weird noises while making fun of.
Yeah, they'll start playing different noise. Anyone tries to say something, they'll start playing chicken dance music, and you just like, well, okay. Let's work.
John, this same guy's asking if you think personality disorders are a valid reason for nullifying a marriage.
Is it in the comments?
Yeah, he's commenting it right now, so he's actually in the chat right now.
I wish I could. Oh, there's so many comments. You're right. I'm just really behind. Is a personality disorder reason for annulment?
Yeah.
Basically, the answer is no, unless it's so extreme that you can't perform the conjugal act, and you don't know when Tuesday is, and you don't know where babies come from. Then you can't get married, because the contract, the object is right over the body for acts which are of themselves suitable for the generation of children, as in no admixture of charity at all. Acts, biology of themselves. So if this personality freak can make a baby, he can consent to marriage, as long as he says the essentials, which are permanence, exclusivity, procreation, education, and he is able to actually do that. Done. That's why everyone could get married. Everyone knew what it was. Husband wear the pants. She stays home and have 17 kids, because her salvation is gotten. She's saved through childbearing if she continues. Super simple. Culture flourishes. No one gets divorced. Bring in NFP to try to make everyone feel better, kinder and gentler. Everything goes to heck. Here we are. We got dead air, James G. Come on, do some of your stand-up.
Me?
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
That was the joke at one of your earlier comments, that whole SSPX getting bishops thing. I'm like, why don't they just put out an ad on LinkedIn? There are tons of bishops who are already consecrated, and like just hire them rather than concentrating.
Oh,
and causing a whole other 50 years of even more heightened schism and like issues. So, like, why don't you just hire some? Because like Strickland's out there. You've got
Oh yeah, yeah.
out
There's
there.
another guy I can think of too, right? If you if you think NFP is murder, I don't think you're allowed to call anyone else stupid ever.
So true.
I don't call anybody stupid that much. I say things are stupid, but
No, someone else in the video was.
okay, Rosie,
calling
stop
people
poke slander
stupid,
now.
yeah.
Just because you have a girl name doesn't mean you got to act like one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Rosie. I don't know what's up with this Rosie dude. It's so weird. You don't have to worry about that.
It's
Okay.
not St. Anthony's ton.
My thoughts on SSPX. There's no salvation in SSPX. Those are my thoughts. That's it. Because there's no bishop. They're just it's sacrilege. That's to answer your question. Sorry, it's not really popular or whatever, but because they're so big. Chris Davis, are you asking for a friend?
Yeah, he was asking about like how to find he's 36 and he was talking about how do I find a girl who's going to actually view marriage the same way that all the women who would view marriage the way that they're supposed to already got married when they were 18. So
BizCath Peter, you say?
Yeah, that's what he was saying by that.
So BizCath Peter is 36 and not married and kind of thinking
No.
about it.
Chris Davis is, and BizCath Peter was like, "Oh, are you asking for a friend?
got
Because
it.
there's no way you're going to find a girl like that."
Okay. New England ants and insects.
Whoever
Okay.
that is.
They have a lot less views though. Way less than 6 million. What? Time to sell some tires. It amazes me. I sell tires without even trying nowadays. If you reject NFP, you also reject eurocentrism. Non-negotiable.
Really?
It's an interesting take.
Yeah. You don't. The two go together, but you have to read. Wait. Whoa.
explain why?
Time out. Sorry, hang on.
Which way is that?
If you reject NFP, you have to reject geocentrism. That makes no sense at all. They're both
Right.
They're both in the Bible. NFP is unnatural. Geocentrism is in the Bible. All Catholics must be geocentrists. All Catholics must be geocentrists. You don't get to say, well, I feel maybe the sun is in the center of the... So no. Bible says it. End of story. That's it.
Did the church ever declare that?
Yeah. They don't... The church never declared you are not allowed to marry a pumpkin or a porcupine on Tuesday, but you can't do it, even though they've never declared it, okay? So there have been various things said about this. Have they had a giant ex cathedra statement? Giant? No. But if it's in the Bible, got to take it literally. They've had several things talked about, like in the 1600s when all these smarty pants Copernicus guys and whoever were saying geocentrism isn't. No.
Have you watched the Sun Genis video?
Yeah, I've argued with him too. Sun Genis is still he still is a little bit academic on it. Like he's like, until the popes come out and say you've got to believe the Bible, then it's up for grabs. It's kind of his thing. It's like, no, you have to believe the Bible until the popes say you don't, and they're never going to. So the default is the Bible. You don't need a brain. You don't need jack. You just need to. The Bible says it. It is what it is, which is why they accuse you of being a Protestant and stuff. Hang on, let's go. James Green, it's time for you to butt in. He is. But. Okay, StreamYard. Visit nature in the front lawn. John Farrell got shut off. What?
I think that was about because at that one point you said I've got to go visit the front lawn.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
Your water got cut off.
Dude.
Yeah, you couldn't use.
Oh look, there might be some fresh meat. Oh no! Just when you thought he wasn't coming back, just when you thought you were safe, he's coming in here to knock over the tables. We need some respect. That's what we need is respect. And we get you.
What is this?
Phil, what is this?
Phil again.
No. Are you...
Let's get through these comments, John. Don't entertain this.
All right. Phil, you got no right to quote St. Thomas, bro. What is bro talking about? It's not mortal sin every time someone says no. Primer says admits of parvati. What? It's
He's
not
talking
mortal
about
sin every time someone says
Father
no.
Dominic Prummer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
you
This is more NFP simp stuff.
Right.
That's
no,
what
I think
it
that
is.
guy's on your side.
Phil, if that was you being serious, are you Catholic?
Yeah. Is Phil Catholic?
Yeah, but you have to give him a
All
break because he was a Jehovah's Witness at one time, so he's still got a little brain damage.
Yeah.
So he's working on it. Don't answer. I think he's going to dox you. Irish Gamer, I think James is working now. Phil left the show. What a glorious day. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. I'm happy to skip some of this. There's a lot of comments, man.
Oh, yeah.
James, tell John that he is insanely behind the chat. I'm trying. How do you can I do this so that the chats automatically show up? How do you make them so they just automatically
I don't
show
know
up?
I don't know what your screen looks like, so I don't know how to fix this for you.
Yeah, it's okay.
You're gonna catch up.
No,
Though,
no,
it's slowed down severely.
Go forward a ton on the YouTube comments because he's hours behind. Oh, maybe I'll just go to the shoot. Let me see who this guy from Ohio is. Wait. Wait. I'm on a podcast. I can't talk, my man.
Did someone call you?
You want to call and put me on speaker if you got something to say? I don't know. Okay, so let's go to we'll go to the very bottom.
Wrong kind of call.
Do that. Okay, here we are.
What is happening with that puppet?
Ben throws
some bouncing on it.
He doesn't seem to be reading this chat. Thorpe. The man on the left who owns this channel. That would be me, Eagle Grover. John Farrell is an FSSP guy. Yeah. Who is John Farrell? Thorpe, why don't you just come on here and stop go ahead, Thorpe. It literally says natural. Oh, Thorpe, you got to stop saying words like literally or explicitly. That's what people say. Let me be honest with you. Let me be blunt. Let me be clear. It says it's explicitly, literally saying whatever.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah. I'd like to see Ben debate John Farrell. Who's Ben?
Yeah, who is that?
NFP is unnatural. Yes, Thorpe TV. Come on down. Are these guys Tradcath? I can't figure out the angle here. Thorpe, be not afraid. E-Girl Grover thinks NFP is great. What Catholic doesn't, I think it should be taught to more people. All right, Thorpe, you qualify. Where art thou? I'm not talking about mental disabilities. I'm trying to think of a song right now. I can't think of it.
Never gonna give you up.
Yeah. I'm not talking about.
Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run you down. Never gonna hurt you.
So you did the Silicast stream. You did the Silicast stream. My dad tried to. Okay, here we're getting to some juicy parts. My dad tried to get an annulment. He was told he had to get a civil divorce first, which was something that would get you excommunicated in previous times. Don't talk about excommunication. What it does is it gets you not able to go to communion, and it still does.
Is this Rick annulment proof?
I don't know who this dude is. Thorpe, show up, dude. Get your camera going. Not a problem.
Yeah, John, I got a personality, bro.
Yes.
When's the next time you're getting one of these call-ins, John?
What?
When's the next call-in? Because I got a dip.
Okay, just go. I have no idea. Whenever you think you want to try one or something. I mean, I guess I could do it another Sunday night. It's work.
We need Thorpe TV for sure.
I know. Calling all Thorpe TV. Let me go back to the bottom comments. Okay. Oh wait. Sede's alive. He stole the Muppet. Yes, I was wondering. Is Phil? Did you go over to Lake Joy and steal the Muppet? Is Phil gone? Phil's gone.
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait a second.
No.
SetAP destroyed his channel, and we had to take over because of him, because of his destroying of his channel. That's the only reason.
Oh, he stole the Muppet thing. I thought you literally went to Lake Joy and broke in at 3 a.m. with body armor.
No,
and stole his Muppet.
Conte destroyed his own channel, and we had to do it instead of him.
Your old channel, right?
Kick Phil from the world. Wow, this is getting so real. I don't think I can handle this. I can just cut the emotion with a knife. It wasn't my fault.
Was it a legal contract?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't illegal. Maybe
We
Senator
had
Conley
legal,
never. Maybe
and we
Senator
had
Shut that
Conley
door.
never entered a legal
Hey,
contract.
how's it going?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good. Did you use beard balm today?
Beard balm? No.
Beard balm. I make my own sometimes. That's nice. It's nice you have a waitress. She comes in, she's quiet, she does what she's supposed to. That's cool.
That's my daughter.
Oh, thank you, daughter.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
She's a good girl.
Great.
Yeah. So you guys were talking about natural family planning and annulment.
Yes.
I recently got it. I don't want to get personal, but like I recently
But
like
get
kind of
personal.
re-explored like the annulment issue.
Yeah.
And your take on it is that there are too many annulments being given in the
That's one way of putting it.
recent
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
But you acknowledge that annulments are like legitimate as a thing.
Of course.
Some are.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
some are. They always have been. That's right.
Right. Okay. So, and there's another thing: separation and permanent separation, and that sort of stuff. But the annulment. Would you say that if people get married and they don't think there's an obligation to have children, that's part of marriage? That's a valid marriage?
If it's not about obligation. If they think they're not going
Openness.
to.
Yeah.
No, not open. They don't want to have kids, or they're saying no, I will not.
Are you looking for a way out then
A way out of what?
of marriage?
It's too late now because you got the daughter. It's proof. Hang on.
Well, I'm not sure. I wanted to talk about annulment.
All right, so let's look at this right here. Right here, 19. Let's look at the 17 code and the new code.
Mhm.
What is the let's see if I can make it even bigger. The matrimonial contract. Okay, are you with me, Ben Thorpe?
Sure. Yeah.
Here it is. Matrimonial consent is an act of the will by which each party gives and accepts a perpetual and exclusive right over the body or
Mhm.
acts which are of themselves suitable for the generation of children.
Sure.
So that's all you need to be capable of doing.
Yeah.
And the new code uses a bunch of fluff words which effectively mean the same thing, but in practice mean something totally different. And that's why there's tons of annulments. But I think I forgot what your point was. What were you saying?
Well, are you so you're saying that the canons are relatively the same? You might have quibbles with the language, but don't you think that the understanding of marriage in modern times has, like, the common understanding of it has changed dramatically?
I think he believes that the beliefs in 1950 have changed since Vatican II.
But what I'm saying is people going into marriage much less than before understand it to be ordered towards the procreation of children and raising
I see.
children.
Yes, ordered toward.
and
Yes,
also-
you're correct. Because it's ordered toward procreation because that's the object suitable for you. Got it's for children. You can't use your acts for love. But here they say mutually give and accept each other. So if I want something other than children, you've got to give me that, because marriage is now, the nature of marriage is now give me what I want, not children. If I want no children, that means I want self, which is they call it love, but it's basically self. So
you don't think there's unitive dimension to
okay,
marriage?
use the word dimension, essence, whatever you want to call it. Unitive is not a legal term. There is no such thing as unitive. Has nothing to do with the only thing that's unitive is the legal definition of exclusivity. So there's procreation, that's it. There's no bonding or lovey-dovey, hearts in the air, or any of that stuff. Has zero to do with the legal definition of marriage. So there's no unitive purpose. There is zero unitive purpose in nature. For the nature.
Are you talking about in Catholicism, or
no? Marriage is an institution of nature, and it's the natural purpose of the conjugal act is babies only.
Okay, so if two people know they can't, if a woman knows she can't reproduce, you would normally need a dispensation from the bishop, but you would say the bishop can't give that dispensation, correct?
If a woman knows she can't reproduce,
yeah, that she's infertile or she's too old,
she can still get married if she can, as long as she can do what's on the contract. What does the contract say? Right.
Well,
over
you're not going to
generate
generate children.
You don't have to generate children. God's in charge of generating children. You're in charge of the right over the body for acts. So can you do the act? If you can do the act, you can consent to marriage. And if you can't do the act, you can't consent. Simple as that.
So you disagree with like the church's teaching about like what consent means? You just think it means can you
Wrong.
reproduce?
Did you fall off a cliff? No, sorry. No, I don't disagree with the church's teaching. The practice today is not Catholic because they are saying that, look, it's no longer the right over the body for acts. It's the right to give and accept each other. What does that mean? Give me yourself. Give me your total self. I want your total self because that's what I've signed up for. Give me your total self. What the heck does that mean, Ben?
Well, mutual self-giving. You don't know what that means?
Well, can you, okay.
Well, the goods of marriage are like, the goods of marriage are that you're exclusive, that you're like you raise children together, that it's sort of a friendship of, you give each other physically to each other, right?
Yes, but
it's kind of common sense stuff.
Yes, common sense of charity and marriage. You need charity in marriage. Okay, you promise charity, but it's not the legal contract. The only thing that's per law is you got to be able to make a baby. It doesn't matter how charitable you do it or not charitable you do it. It's just if you can do the baby making thing. That's
okay. And that's because you're quoting the 1917 canon law, which is this the only part that has to do with marriage? I don't think so.
I'm quoting the canon. The church has always taught and always will teach this, even though this code is dead. You can never change nature. No pope can change the definition of marriage in the slightest. And what Vatican II did is it creates this poetry language and calls it law. And now they say in the new code up here that, look, primary end is procreation. Therefore, that's the essential end. The secondary is what comes, which may or may not come after that. Mutual help and laying of concupiscence. All that help stuff you're talking about is secondary. But the new code right here says, look, it's a giving of yourselves, which is ordered by nature to good.
Yeah.
So now we are calling nature good. Good is God. Good is charity. Good is love. Nature is love. Nature is God. Wrong. Nature is
nature. Nature. It's not talking about nature like biology.
It is. Marriage is a office of nature. We're talking about biology.
But it's about human nature. Like, what do you think? Animals?
No.
Can get married? Do you think animals can get married?
Animals can't get married, but animals are.
You're wrong. Annulment proof. I've seen 2 squirrels get married.
On YouTube, anything's possible.
But human nature is different than biology, right? I mean, so like I'm just gonna add, like, let's say 2 people get married in the Catholic Church, and the priest doesn't properly form them, and they think you can get divorced, and they don't think being ordered towards having children is a thing, so they practice birth control. Is that a marriage? Are they consenting to marriage, or are they?
You're saying if people use birth control, are they consenting to marriage?
I'm saying if they go into it, right? Because this is about the.
Yeah. You're saying if they go into marriage thinking they're going to contracept, is that valid?
Intention.
Is that a valid marriage? Yeah. In other words, they're not consenting to what marriage is.
Yes, they are. They're consenting to the right over the body for acts.
Aren't all these things implied in this? I understand.
If a female who becomes a priest, right?
Phil, is your comment helping or hurting our cause?
I don't know. If a female becomes a priest, right?
Can't happen.
And she doesn't have the intention because she's just ignorant. She's just retarded. So she doesn't understand that she can't become a priest. And she becomes a priest and she marries a couple. Is that valid? I don't know.
The priesthood is invalid because it doesn't have.
Yeah, but everything's invalid in the first place, right?
All right, let me quickly answer the contraception part. As long as you have the right over the body for acts, even if they contracept, the marriage is still valid as long as they don't plan to contracept the entire time. So it's a sin, but it's still valid. Let's go through these comments really quick, and then we're going to continue.
Mr. Farrell, for having me on. I'm going to jump out.
You got to get ready for school, man.
Yep.
School night. How can?
No, I don't. I don't teach tomorrow, but I do the day after. But I've got to plan a lot tomorrow. So yeah.
How
sorry
can
to-
the vows have nothing to do with? Okay, thanks, James.
No, thanks.
How can the vows have nothing to do with what marriage is? The answer to your question is, marriage is what it's constituted by, and vows are promises and stuff, which don't necessarily are the constitution of marriage is contained in the vows, but there's vows are extra to the constitution, like the vows to love and all that stuff. Love is not in the contract, but love is in.
But
the vow.
haven't you already failed in saying that the intention means something?
Hold that thought. Nature does not equal biology. Yeah, it does. Nature equals biology.
No, but if your intention is
yes, Phil, you got to really think about when you open your mouth here. It's got to be like, you got to be careful.
I did.
Okay, good.
Because you're saying intention.
I am saying intention. That's right.
Right.
Whatever.
So if your intention isn't right, no matter what it is, then it doesn't matter. So Archbishop Lefebvre, his intention was to make other bishops, even though they excommunicated him.
Stop.
Wait, no. He said it doesn't matter because as long as I'm an idiot, it doesn't matter. As long as I feel that everything's wrong, then that's all that matters.
Fine. Let me go to this comment. The ironic thing is that if JF is right about what marriage is, then almost nobody else is actually consenting to it, and therefore annulments would all be valid. I see his point. So marriage is what it is, even if you don't know what it is. As long as you're saying the words, it makes it valid. So you don't have to know everything about marriage. You just have to know what babies are. Permanent.
So the intention means nothing. As long as you have the words.
Just hop back on. Who is this guy? Could you put a name tag on him, please, Jeff? Who? Oh, yeah. It's Ben Thorpe. That's his name.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ben,
I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Like, I disagree with the church's teaching that there are several things involved in marriage beyond just like penis and vagina, and it only comes down to penis and vagina. I like that seems crazy, but I'm not sure what.
That's why people think. That's why people want a kinder and gentler marriage. They're like, hey, is it just biology? It just is, because the purpose of nature is procreation. Marriage is a construct, a natural construct, and comes to Aquinas. It's an office of nature. If you start saying,
sure,
"Oh, hey, look, a non-male."
Hello. Non-male. That's my dad. Yeah.
Oh, were you the one? Were you the one bringing him something to drink?
Yes, I was.
Great. Okay. All right. Cool. That's your.
Is
dad.
my mic okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's perfect. I don't even know if you need to hold it to your. Where do you guys live?
Rhode Island.
The most Catholic state in the country on paper.
Wow.
Even more Catholic than Rhode Island?
What is Rhode Island?
It is Rhode Island.
Wow.
Even though you live in Maryland? What?
Rhode Island.
That's a joke. Never mind.
Oh.
Whatever.
Is this Phil from Boston?
Yes.
Oh my God, Phil! Do you guys know this guy sent me a Shure microphone like in the first 3 months of our streaming? We still use it. Thank you, Phil. Nice to see you again.
You're welcome.
Wow.
Phil, have you been banned from all the other channels?
I was gonna fly to LA with Phil's son, but he backed out last minute.
Phil, do you understand what the point here? I'm not sure what the what the idea is. When you say nature, of course, when we mean nature, we mean human nature, right? We don't just mean like biology.
No, we do mean biology. That's right. Because the
No, he means in the Michael Jackson song, "Human Nature."
Yeah. See, the object of consent is the right over the body. That is your object of consent right there. The right over the body. That's can you? It's not coming in that big, is it? Doggone it! Share this tab instead. Here. Sorry.
I was the one in chat, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It was
all right. Cool. Good. Good. For you.
Triggering you.
That's fine. Here, let me get rid of this comment here. So we have to, if we're going to get married, we have to define it. It's the right over the body. Is the body biology? Yes. That's all it is. It's not.
So a human body is not different by its nature than an animal.
It's not different in its purpose for what the act is. So elephants have the same purpose in their act as humans do. Just like we all eat, we all
There's
sleep,
no
we all
dimension.
reproduce.
There's
In
no
the
distinction
morning,
between
I,
human
in
dimension
the
and
morning, I
marriage?
shot an elephant in my pajamas. How I got my pajamas, I'll never know.
Phil, you're going off script, Phil. Come on.
Phil has that tendency.
Discipline, Phil. So this is why this stuff is unpalatable, because people want a more human, kinder, and gentler marriage. And when you do that, you enter qualitative or charity into it. And when you bring in charity to the contract, you destroy the contract. So like your mortgage, Ben, if your mortgage is a dollars and cents legal document, and if you start saying, if the bank says, we don't think you're treating your house like a home, therefore we're going to take it back because we've decided you're not making it into a home. And we have a home is a subjective definition. So we want all our houses to be homes, not just houses. So we're taking it back. It's like you've destroyed the legal basis. This is why we have to, theology of the body is goofy. And when you start legalizing NFP, you have to create a new natural end for the act. And the new natural end is not just for generation of children. The new natural end is something called unity. Okay.
Yeah.
So all the chicks want legalized unity because they don't want just to have 16 kids and stay home and do the marital debt, because they don't like that. After baby number 8, they tend to like chafe. So they want some love, and they want an out from their marital debt.
So it's a chafing.
Chafing, yes, it's called.
So you think that if you say that marriage is an act of mutual self-giving, which comes from the Paul, right? You're saying that's stupid and fluffy, and that's the problem with modern society?
Stupid and fluffy. Oh, Phil, now's your chance to go off script again. I got to tell this girl to get on the stream. Go ahead.
Phil, you changed the red. Now you're just in the dark.
Oh,
I missed the red.
I got it. Hold on. I got it.
So Grace, when are you getting married?
I don't know. Haven't found the right guy yet.
Okay. So we're all about trying to define marriage, because you can't consent to what's not defined, is the point.
Yes, I think most people don't understand what marriage is. Probably like 90% of Americans, if not more.
So even if you don't understand it, can you consent to it if you don't understand it?
If she was British,
No.
it would be okay. It's just that she's American.
No, you can't consent to something if you don't understand what it is. No.
Okay, so nobody understands marriage totally.
I think it's fairly simple.
Totally.
I think lots of people understand marriage complete. I mean, there's church fathers.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying
well, they understand.
You have to define it, or you can't consent to it. It's the definition that we want to get straight. The definition.
Sure.
Okay, so when you start saying, like in canon, the new canon, you have to mutually give and accept each other. That has no legal definition. To mutually give and accept each other. It's like you can't be on this stream unless you give your total self. But that's not quantified. You can't put that in a legal document. So you have, and this is all done because NFP has created a new natural purpose for the conjugal act. It's no longer just about babies, is it? And that's what it says in Gaudium.
The conjugal act was never just about babies.
Wrong. It's always been just about babies. This is what I'm here.
What are you talking about? People have sex when they're married, and they don't always have kids. Otherwise, you would never stop having kids.
I'm not saying you have. I'm not saying you have to produce a child every time, but you have to. The purpose is only for procreation. That's the only purpose for the contract.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Right here in the law.
It
Consent.
doesn't say word only anywhere.
For acts which are of themselves suitable for the generation of children. Sure.
Right.
Not only suitable. There's also bonding, obviously.
Wrong. Listen, because it says it right here. Acts of
Sir, are you married?
Yes. Acts
Do you,
which are-
so you don't have sex with your wife to bond with her?
Grace. His wife is marrying a married guy right now.
Well, she might not get it because there's still
What?
an annulment going on.
His wife
Listen-
is cheating on him?
Right.
Oh yeah, it's been going. She's had lots of boyfriends. That's right.
It's pretty tough. It's a tough situation.
Oh, okay, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
He just
so-
said he was married.
Well, I'm
He
still
is.
married.
He still
but,
is.
But
According to the church, he is.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to get personal, but when your wife was with you, did you only have sex with you? You didn't have sex with her to bond with her? Yes, you did.
I'm saying
Yeah,
that
of course.
the definition of the contract is for acts which are of themselves suitable. So that means there can be no other admixture that you have to have. It's just all they do of themselves.
That's just a nice way of saying sex.
It's a nice way of it's a
Acts
way of,
suitable for the generation of children. We're talking about
yeah.
right,
So
Yeah, sex.
So
the only purpose is children. That's the only legal purpose. And the only natural purpose. Phil can't resist DJing. Okay.
I like the background music.
Yeah. So it again. Is he always playing guitar? He makes it so tough. He can't put. You can take the boy out of Silicast, but you can't take the Silicast out of the boy. So Grace, when you have you noticed that marriage's statistics are down and a lot of people aren't getting married? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
Right, and the reason is because the contract is no longer objective. Do you know what I mean?
The contract is no longer objective, meaning it has no one definition. Maybe is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
It has an unlimited, borderless definition in practice
Because of divorce.
because of NFP. Because you used to have to do your right was over the body. For
NFP, natural family planning. That's what we're referencing here.
Yes.
Which is the act of abstaining from sex when a woman is fertile.
What I'm trying to figure out is
so
why
that
did you join
don't
the
have
channel if
kids.
you didn't know this is what we're talking about?
Right. So
I know what NFP is. I know
No,
what
but
marriage
like,
is.
this is the subject.
Right. So yeah, Grace, you gotta get on my YouTube channel some point and watch some videos and do some commenting. So
I'm here right now. I can talk to you.
okay, good. So
Are you guys trolling?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm trolling.
I can't figure out what the concept is here. I'm a Catholic.
Okay, so the point is that the Catholics today have been indoctrinated into NFP law, which means marriage has two purposes. Conjugal act has two purposes, but nature has one purpose, and marriage is bound by nature. It's an office of nature. So when you start saying marriage is for legal is for love, then you no longer can objectively define it, and therefore no one wants to enter that contract, because when somebody says I have a right to you mutually giving your total self to me, and I'm not getting my total self, so you're not capable, so divorce isn't a sin and I'm getting an annulment now. That's what happens when you use the Vatican II version of the law.
Okay, so when Paul says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, that he might present the church to himself in splendor. Are you saying that's fuzzy language? And
That's
therefore-
that's sign language. That's not physical. That's not what Christ does for the church is an archetype, or it is a symbol of the way you're supposed to love your spouse, but it is not the
Right.
contract of marriage. Okay, so yes, Christ dies for his church, and the church submits to him. That's about the legal structure of marriage, and that is the reflection. Christ and his church reflects husband and wife, but a reflection or a significance or an archetype or a sign is not a law, or it's
Okay,
not
but it says,
nature.
okay, even so, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies.
Fine.
He who loves his wife loves himself, for no man ever hates his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it as Christ does the church, because we are members of his body. There's no mention there of procreation.
Correct.
And that is divine scripture.
Yeah. So there's, but
Paul is talking about the way that husbands and wives are commanded to love one another. And
yes, that's why you say it in the
always
vow.
known
That's right.
that
That's
until
right.
you showed up and said, no, it's just about creating procreation. I don't know. Where did you get that from?
I got that from, well, it's the church has always taught the primary purpose of marriage is procreation and education. That's it. There is no other purpose in the institution of marriage.
That's
The
not
church is-
true. You even what you said. You had the primary and then you had the secondary, right? That's
Right.
always been the case. Obviously,
Wait, the primary end
Canon 1013. There you go.
is education.
Mutual help and the allaying of
Yeah,
concupiscence.
secondary
Okay.
ends are not essential ends. They're not essential. They're not the essence of marriage. They flow from the primary, but they are not the primary. They are the primary is not dependent on the secondary. The primary comes first, the secondary comes after, if it comes at all. But you have, this is why contraception is unnatural, because you are pursuing secondary ends independent of the primary. You have to pursue primary first. And now,
No, that's not correct. But okay.
oh no, it is. The primary.
You are no. The reason that contraception also it violates the secondary end.
The secondary ends are not essential. The Onan was killed because he didn't have he violated the primary purpose. But then what? So what you have then, you have Vatican II coming in saying, no, it's a love contract. It's not just a biology contract. It's a love contract. And so the new code says, oh yeah, it's a love contract. So now nature is good and procreation. So we used to just have procreation, but now we have good and procreation. So you've created a new nature. And you're shaking your head. There can't be any change to the definition of marriage. Can't.
It's just restating. There's two. It's
yes,
restating
but
that there's
you
two ends of marriage. One is procreation, education of children,
right,
and another one is mutual help.
How many purposes?
And maybe that's been changed.
How many
like the wording?
So how many purposes is nature ordered toward in marriage?
2.
Okay. In the 1013 code, how many purposes was nature ordered toward?
2.
Wrong. 1. Primary. Only primary. That's why the
why did they have the secondary part?
Because you're allowed to pursue the secondary as long as you pursue the primary first. This is why contraception is wrong, and this is why NFP is intrinsic evil, because you are pursuing non-procreation primarily.
So if you breastfeed, if a woman breastfeed and understands the biologically when she's breastfeeding, it's going to space children out. Is she engaging in an intrinsically evil act?
No, because Casti Canubi says that that's nature, and as long as you aren't breastfeeding and stuff, so menopause, all that stuff is natural. You're not doing anything to pursue infertility. It's
so Castanets Kenobi, by the way, is
so
Obi-Wan Kenobi's sister.
Let's back up a second. Let's back up, because we're talking about a gigantic paradigm shift for Grace and Ben. Huge. It's going to be hard for you guys to change religions in 10 minutes. Okay, Ben, did you see any of my YouTube videos ever? Ben,
I just saw your.
This was like randomly recommended. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So again, I was just like you guys, always just like you guys. And I started figuring out what's going on with this NFP and why do we have all these annulments and why is divorce not a sin anymore? And the answer is because we've changed that legal definition.
Divorce is a sin. Absolutely is a sin.
Okay. So
he's against Vatican II, right?
Well, I'm not against Vatican II. Vatican II doesn't bind
It's
anything
against
new,
you.
but divorce isn't a sin if NFP is legal. There's a quote for you right there. So
what do you mean by legal? The Catholic Church condones NFP as the only admissible form of birth control.
that's an urban myth.
What?
It doesn't. Yeah. It's
The Catechism of the Catholic Church, section 2370.
I know, because it's based on it's based on Gaudium et Spes, which says it's a love contract. So it's
Okay, but that's not an urban myth. That's the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
I know, and it's based on Vatican II non-binding.
So do you reject the Catechism of the Catholic Church?
No, but I will say that it's the Catechism is not infallible, like Trent is. The new Catechism is not infallible, and Vatican II is not infallible. So they've taken error from Vatican II, like feminist poetry, and put it into law. That's what's going on.
So you think the Catholic Church is no longer practicing Catholicism because the Code of Canon Law has changed?
The Catholic Church always practices Catholicism. The Code of Canon Law is not infallible. And when the Code of Canon Law, I wish I could hear it. I got to get this thing back. When the Code of Canon Law, share this tab instead. Sorry, hang on. I'm messing up on my here. When the Code of Canon Law says something that contradicts what came before it, you have to go back and accept what came before it. In other words, if we say that there's only one primary end, and then we say there's now two primary ends, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, wait, we're jumping
How
around
do you
too
read the
much.
first part to say there's only one end? There are clearly two ends. That's restated without it being called primary and secondary in the 1983 Code of Canon Law. You're reading something for some reason. You just won't read the second part of.
But I
Canon
thought it was
1013.
anathematized to believe that we can go back in time.
The code, the Code of Canon Law says where the new code doesn't add up to the old code, you have to synthesize the two. You have to go back to the old code.
It's called the hermeneutic of continuity, right? You're
can't go
doing
back.
the hermeneutic
You can
of
only go
rupture.
forward.
You're Eastern Orthodox or whatever version of that you want to do now. You're saying we've lost the faith because you have a personal issue because your wife
Wrong.
left you.
Let me jump in. No, we haven't lost the faith. I'm saying modernism happens, and modernism is going on in the church right now, but the church can't teach error. But Vatican II isn't infallible, and the Code of Canon Law isn't infallible. And here's an error in the Code of Canon Law right here, that the nature of marriage is for the good of the spouses. It's not.
Did in 1917 did the Code of Canon Law have like ways to assess whether a marriage is valid or not?
Yes.
Yes. An annulment process.
You had to do what was essential. If you had the capacity for what was essential, your marriage was valid. And that means physical impotence, you weren't valid. But now
there's more to it than that.
Now
there's always been much more to it than that.
The reason why the annulments jumped up 21,000% when the Beatles arrived was because they now marriage is defined as all you need is love. You have to have good. So good has no legal definition. That's why there's all the annulments. Because
I like both of them. Both codes define marriage as an act of will, an act of consent.
Consent to what?
Okay, right. And you have to both know what you're consenting to, and you have to have the ability to consent to it. Just like any contract.
Correct.
If I give a retarded person might be able to sign their name on a contract, but might not know what the contract is about. That will be an invalid contract because they're tricked into it. Okay, so if someone has an impediment in any form of contract,
and that's everyone today,
and you can say, well, that's fuzzy. Maybe people, if you signed your name, you sold it. Boy, I can't read English, or I can't understand. I didn't understand. I was
look.
Oh, that's fuzzy. We're gonna have
Ben
mortgages or bills of sale invalidated. That's called life.
Hey Ben,
you don't like life,
Ben.
Why don't you want to go home?
Because your
life your life
sucks. Maybe it should suck. Maybe this is why you're in the situation you're in.
So Ben,
Catholicism, it's craziness.
Ben,
he's doing.
Is the definition of marriage objective or subjective?
It's objective.
All right,
but it's not just the ability to Reproduce. Obviously, we're human beings. What are you talking about?
So Ben, what is the objective definition of give and accept each other?
Well, that's defined later on in the code by a whole list of things where there are impediments. Impediments of the will, impediments of consent, impediments of actually taking place. It's not just one impediment that you can't get it in and make the baby happen. It's never been that. It's never been that. You don't like the fact that life is a little bit complicated. I'm sorry for whatever you're going through, but you reconstructing the Catholic faith to make it sound like it's utterly retarded isn't going to help anyone.
I would agree with that statement.
No,
that
I think
doesn't help
because
anybody to be utterly retarded. But
your argument is you have to be retarded to not understand.
What are the goods of marriage? You have to understand them. A lot of people don't understand them today. What, like the consent of will required? I agree with you. It's not super high, but it's also not nothing.
I'm gonna totally jump in here. Just a minute. Time out. Excuse me. Time out. So let me go through a few more comments. A few more the chat. I'm gonna go ride motorcycles tomorrow. My son's calling me, and you guys got to go to bed anyway. But Ben, I don't want you to go away, and I want you to look at some of my videos and really straighten me out in the comment section of my videos. That's what I want. And you too, Grace. I don't want you to go away. You are my best friends in Rhode Island that I have.
No. Ben's got a master in theology, so I think he could help you.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
The harder they come, the harder they fall.
I learned from the Jesuits. Ooh.
Yeah.
Father James Martin was his teacher. He learned.
No, he was my.
We got it. If you're so passionate, I want you to not run away and get to the bottom of this, because I guarantee I know I'm right about it, and I can help you to see it, but it's not going to really happen here. Hold on. Let me look at some. Let's look at some of these things real quick. Let me take this off. Just a minute. Now, Phil, now would be a good time to start playing guitar.
All right, you got it. All right, whatever.
People don't want to listen, and Marriage Collapse will continue until people have to listen.
Like Ben will get annoyed by this, but okay.
Get Phil off. He's annoying. Yeah.
Phil's a very likable guy, but he can be annoying.
Okay. 1917 code is law is infallible, right, John? No code of canon law is infallible, but it does reflect natural law and church teaching. So you take it where it's right, but let's keep going. Hang on a second. Learned a lot from the Jesuits. Explain.
I don't know. Is that really a Catholic position to just question the catechism whenever you feel like it? I don't think so.
Well, the Bible says test everything and keep what's good or whatever. And the Council of Trent is infallible. The Roman.
You're a Protestant. You're a Protestant. I get it. You're a Protestant.
Wait, let me just ask this question. Why are you a Catholic if you don't agree with the teachings in the catechism? Why would you identify as a Catholic? Just be something else. You don't agree with what the catechism says, so just don't identify as one.
Because teaching on faith and morals can never change. And when the new catechism contradicts Trent, something changed. And the new catechism...
Discipline can change.
Yeah, but nature can't. And the definition of marriage cannot change.
So you're a 1917 Catholic. So you're not a Catholic.
Wrong. I'm a 2025 Catholic. But
old Catholic. He's an old Catholic.
You're an old Catholic. You're not...
You're schismatic. You're schismatic.
No.
Yeah.
I go to Novus Ordo. I'm not schismatic. And I
just don't understand it. It's like
wait,
hold on.
Wait a second. You guys don't go
submission of the will and intellect.
Wait a minute.
As Vatican I said, do you owe the Holy Father submission of intellect or will, or you're Protestant and goes, well, I read somewhere you test it.
Ben.
Well, the Pope, everything that comes out of the Pope's mouth is not infallible.
I didn't say it was. No, neither does Vatican I, but it does say if you claim to be a Catholic, the church.
You guys are normies. You guys are normies.
No, they're not.
Yes, we're normal. You're abnormal.
Ben, can you hear me?
Why would you want to be part of a club that you don't agree with the club's rules? I don't get it. Why would you want to be part of a club if you don't agree with the club's rules?
Didn't you guys stop going to the Novus Ordo because they had bongos?
The Catholic Church is true. That's the only reason
Am I
to belong
wrong?
to it.
But not the Catholic Church of 1983 or whatever.
No, the Catholic Church cannot change its teachings. Impossible. Can't do it.
Okay, but you're saying it did, so therefore you don't know.
No,
you no
it
longer
did
believe in
not.
it.
It did not. Modernist bishops and popes say stuff that's not true.
It's the catechism, dude. It's the rule book.
The catechism is not infallible, and it's taken from Vatican II. Which
But if
is
He's a
you
not
schismatic,
infallible.
Grace. He's a schismatic who doesn't.
You don't
he's
agree
gonna
with the
say,
rule book, why
like
be
all
part of the club?
schismatics. They go, no, those guys are schismatics. I'm not a schismatic. Schism is the death of the soul. You want your soul to die? Enjoy it.
Okay, so the
Who
teachings
cares
on
about
faith-
your annulment? Let
Can
your
you hear
wife
me?
get it, like your
You
whatever.
wanna change the subject,
tribunal
you wanna-
might be wrong, but your soul is guaranteed to be in error if you are
Can
doing what
anyone
you're doing.
hear me? Or did you
Yes.
mute me?
No, I didn't. I don't mute anybody.
Okay. Ben, do you go to Novus Ordo?
Yes.
No, you don't. You stopped going because they played bongos.
Do I go? Do I go to church on every Sunday?
No, the Novus Ordo. Why?
I am a Novus. What? I don't believe there's any such thing as a Novus Ordo Catholic. I'm a Catholic.
Yeah, but do you go?
I
to-
believe the Novus Ordo Mass is valid and is the normal form of Mass.
But
yeah.
you said you stopped going because they were playing bongos during. Am I wrong?
I have a problem
When they were
with the
irreverent?
church, but I don't believe that I have a problem with the church. I have a problem with my bishop. I have a problem with my local pastor because
No, I do too.
they have not like acted according to canon law, and so I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
But like, don't pretend like this guy's got a problem too, different from you.
I'm not a schismatic.
He's not being a schismatic. He's just trying to
Yeah,
make
he is.
sense.
He is.
No, he's trying to make sense.
Like
of what
he's saying Vatican II doesn't apply to me because like there's a phrase in there that it's pastoral. And therefore I can just go with the canon law of 1917, which he doesn't even read correctly. It's just basic craziness. But whatever.
All right. So I do hope that Ben and Grace do
Maybe I'm
not
wrong.
run away. Like I said, you're my only foothold of friends in Rhode Island. You guys.
They won't
So
run away.
I hope they don't.
We don't run away. We get banned. I'm sure.
No,
you-
hey, the
everyone
good part
bans
about
us
me
from
is
every Catholic.
I'm always trying to get more people, and I
No,
never
anyone
ban.
who-
I never ban anyone, and I can talk to you as much as you want, but you got to go to the YouTube or go to Twitter or whatever. And Grace, I'm going to challenge you on some stuff too about what you think about marriage and what it's defined as. Your dad's going to freak out, but oh well. And
It's fine. I'm not harm. I'm not gonna harm you. It's just the internet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying that
Go ahead, challenge me.
Well, I'm going to basically shut this down because I've got to go to the bathroom and I got to get ready for motorcycles tomorrow. And there's a bunch of people who've been calling me, and you guys got to go to bed too. But we can come back and do this again. But we just got to get going. I have a little.
Absolutely. We're streamers too. We know what it's like.
I have a little closing off song I'm going to play, and that's going to be it.
Nice.
All right. Thanks for having us on.
Sure. And I'm going to go to the bathroom. You guys can watch this. Peace out. Love you, buddy. I gotta hang it up.
We're supposed to ostende.
We sang that in church today.
O clement. Amen.